The air in the high desert of northern Arizona has a way of feeling thinner than it actually is. It is not just the elevation, it is the silence. When I set out for a 4-day solo trek through the Kaibab National Forest, I was looking for that silence. I wanted to escape the constant hum of the city and the endless notifications on my phone. I packed my ultralight gear, laced up my boots, and drove until the pavement turned to gravel and the gravel turned to dirt. By the time I reached the trailhead, the sun was already beginning its slow descent toward the horizon, casting long, orange shadows across the sagebrush and the twisted trunks of the juniper trees. I hiked for 6 miles before the light began to fail. I found a small clearing shielded by a cluster of boulders that looked like they had been dropped there by a giant. It was a perfect spot. It was flat, dry, and hidden from the main trail. I went through the motions of setting up my camp with the rhythmic efficiency of someone who has done this 100 times. I staked out my one-person tent. It was a small, vibrant orange thing that looked like a toy against the vast gray landscape. I inflated my sleeping pad, unrolled my quilt, and boiled water for a dehydrated meal. Everything felt normal. Everything felt safe. As I ate, I watched the stars begin to punch through the deepening blue of the sky. There was no moon that night. The darkness was thick and heavy, the kind of darkness that makes you feel like you are at the bottom of a deep well. I did not have a campfire. I did not want to deal with the ashes or the risk. I just sat there with my headlamp dimmed, listening to the wind whistle through the needles of the ponderosa pines. It was a lonely sound, but it was the kind of loneliness I had paid for. I crawled into my tent around 9 o'clock. The interior of a tent is a strange place. It is just a thin layer of nylon and mesh between you and the rest of the world. It provides a sense of security that is entirely psychological. A mountain lion or a bear could rip through it like tissue paper, yet once I zipped that door shut, I felt like I was in a fortress. I checked my surroundings one last time through the mesh. Nothing but the silhouettes of trees and the cold glimmer of stars. I turned off my lamp and lay back. The first few hours of sleep were deep and dreamless. I woke up at approximately 2 o'clock in the morning. I did not wake up because of a sound. I woke up because of a feeling. It was that prickling sensation on the back of your neck when you know someone is looking at you. I stayed perfectly still. I did not even breathe. I listened. The wind had died down completely. The forest was so quiet that I could hear the blood pumping in my ears. Then I heard it. It was a soft, sliding sound. It was the sound of something brushing against the rainfly of my tent. It was not the frantic fluttering of a bird or the heavy scratch of a branch. It was slow. It was deliberate. It sounded like a palm moving across the fabric. I told myself it was a change in air pressure. I told myself the nylon was just settling as the temperature dropped. I lay there for 20 minutes, staring at the ceiling of the tent, waiting for it to happen again. It did not. I eventually convinced myself that my mind was playing tricks on me. I closed my eyes and drifted back into a light, uneasy sleep. When the sun finally rose, the light through the orange tent walls was warm and inviting. I felt a sense of relief wash over me. The terrors of the night always seem ridiculous in the morning. I sat up, stretched my stiff muscles, and unzipped the vestibule. I stepped out into the crisp morning air and took a deep breath. The world was beautiful. The light was golden. I walked around to the back of the tent to pull up the stakes. That is when I saw them. In the thin layer of fine, red dust that had settled on the tent overnight, there were marks. They were not random streaks. They were handprints. They were large, clearly defined prints of human hands. They were not scattered across the tent at random. They were clustered in a perfect circle on the fabric, exactly where my head had been resting on my pillow. I stood there for a long time, frozen. I looked at the prints. I could see the lines of the palms and the rounded tips of the fingers. They were pressed firmly into the nylon, as if someone had spent hours simply standing over me, cupping their hands around the shape of my skull through the thin material. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. I looked around the clearing. There were no footprints in the hard, dry dirt. There was no sign of anyone else. I did not finish my coffee. I did not pack my gear with my usual care. I stuffed everything into my pack with trembling hands. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see a figure standing among the trees, watching me with that same silent intensity. The forest no longer felt like a sanctuary. It felt like a trap. I began to hike back toward my car. I moved fast, much faster than I had the day before. Every snapping twig sounded like a footstep. Every shadow looked like a person crouching in the brush. I kept thinking about the logic of it. If someone had been there, how did they get so close without making a sound? Why did they not take my gear? Why did they not hurt me? The lack of a motive was more terrifying than the act itself. As I reached a high ridge that overlooked the valley, I stopped to catch my breath. I took out my binoculars and scanned the area where I had camped. From this distance, the clearing was just a small patch of brown among the green and gray. I saw nothing. No smoke, no movement, no flash of bright clothing. I felt a momentary sense of relief. Perhaps I was overreacting. Perhaps it was some kind of freak wind pattern that had made those marks. But then I looked at the binoculars themselves. On the right lens, there was a smudge. I wiped it away with my thumb and realized it was not a smudge of dirt. It was a fingerprint, a fresh, oily fingerprint. My stomach dropped. I had not used my binoculars since I left my house. I had kept them in the side pocket of my pack the entire time. I realized then that the person had not just touched my tent. They had gone through my things while I was sleeping. They had been inches away from me, moving with a silence that was not human. I did not walk the rest of the way to my car. I ran. I reached the trailhead an hour later. My car was sitting exactly where I had left it. It looked so normal, so mundane, that I almost started to cry. I threw my pack into the trunk and locked the doors immediately. I started the engine and did not look back until I hit the main highway. I drove for 3 hours before I stopped at a gas station. I needed to see people. I needed to be in a place with bright lights and loud noises. I walked into the station and bought a large coffee. The teenager behind the counter looked at me with a bored expression. He had no idea that I had just spent the night with a ghost or a monster or a madman. As I walked back to my car, I saw something stuck under my windshield wiper. It was a small piece of paper, folded in half. I reached out and took it, my hand shaking so hard I almost dropped it. I unfolded the paper. There was no writing on it. There was only a drawing. It was a crude, simple sketch of a tent. Around the top of the tent, where the head of a person would be, someone had drawn a circle of small, black handprints. I looked around the parking lot. It was empty except for a semi-truck idling near the pumps and a family getting into a minivan. No one was watching me. No one was there. I got into my car and drove until I reached my house. I locked every door and every window. I pulled the shades and sat in the dark. I have not gone camping since then. I sold my tent and my pack on the internet. I told the buyer that I just did not have the time for it anymore. I did not tell him about the forest. I did not tell him about the silence. Sometimes, when I am lying in my bed at night, I hear a soft, sliding sound against the wall behind my head. I tell myself it is just the house settling. I tell myself it is the wind, but I do not turn on the light to check. I am too afraid of what I might see pressed against the other side of the wall. The police could not do anything. I showed them the paper and told them about the prints, but there was no evidence of a crime. There were no fingerprints on the paper other than my own. They told me it was likely a prank by some local kids who saw a solo hiker and wanted to give him a scare. They told me I should stay on the marked trails next time. They did not understand. They did not feel the way the air changed when those hands were resting near my head. I still have the binoculars. I keep them in a drawer in my kitchen. Every now and then I find myself reaching for them, wanting to look through the glass at something far away. But then I remember that smudge on the lens. I remember the feeling of being watched by something that does not make a sound. I leave the drawer closed. I stay inside. I wait for the sun to come up, but even in the daylight, I can still feel those hands. They are always there, just on the other side of the glass, just on the other side of the door, waiting for me to fall asleep again. I think about the person who made those marks. I wonder if they are still out there in the kaibab, waiting for the next orange tent to appear in the clearing, or I wonder if they followed me home. I wonder if they are standing in the shadows of the alleyway behind my apartment right now, looking up at my window, waiting for the lights to go out. The logic gap is the hardest part to live with. There is no reason for it. There is no explanation that makes sense. There is only the memory of the red dust and the shape of the fingers. I used to love the wilderness because it made me feel small. Now I hate it for the exact same reason. In the vastness of the woods, you are nothing. You are just a shape in a bag. You are just a head resting against a thin sheet of nylon. You are completely at the mercy of whatever decides to walk out of the trees and touch you while you dream of being safe. I will never go back. I will never close my eyes in the dark without wondering if the circle of hands is forming around me once again. The city of Phoenix is a place of bright lights and endless traffic, but the safety of the crowds began to feel like a thin veil that could be torn away at any moment. I moved from my apartment to a small house in a suburban neighborhood where the street lamps were tall and the neighbors kept their lawns trimmed to perfection. I thought that by surrounding myself with the mundane reality of lawn mowers and mail trucks, I could drown out the memory of the red dust. I was wrong. The silence of the desert had followed me home, and it lived in the corners of my rooms where the light did not reach. I found myself checking the locks on the doors 4 times every night. I bought heavy curtains that blocked out every sliver of the moon. I wanted to live in a box where nothing could see in and nothing could get out. One Tuesday evening, I was standing in my kitchen heating a bowl of soup. The house was quiet except for the low hum of the refrigerator. I looked at the drawer where I kept the binoculars. I had not opened it in months. A sudden and irrational urge took hold of me. I wanted to see if the fingerprint was still there. I wanted to know if I had imagined the whole thing. I pulled the drawer open and reached for the black casing. The binoculars felt heavy and cold in my hand. I turned them over and looked at the lens. The smudge was gone. The glass was perfectly clear. I felt a momentary surge of relief followed by a crushing wave of terror. I had not cleaned those binoculars. I had not touched them since the day I returned from the forest. If the print was gone, it meant that someone else had been in my house and wiped the glass clean. I dropped the binoculars and they hit the linoleum floor with a dull thud. I backed away until my spine pressed against the refrigerator. My eyes darted to the window above the sink. The blinds were closed, but I could imagine a face on the other side of the glass. I could imagine a pair of hands resting against the screen waiting for me to look. I realized then that my house was just a larger version of my tent. It was made of wood and brick instead of nylon and mesh, but it was still just a shell. It was a physical barrier that offered no real protection against something that could move without being heard. I spent the rest of that night sitting on the floor of my living room with every light in the house turned on. I held a kitchen knife in my hand until my knuckles turned white. The next morning, I called a security company and paid $3,000 to have cameras installed around the perimeter of my property. I wanted to see the world through a digital eye that did not blink. The technicians spent the afternoon climbing ladders and running wires. They gave me an application for my phone that allowed me to view the live feeds from anywhere. I sat on my sofa and watched the grainy images of my own front porch and my small backyard. It felt like I was reclaiming my life. I had eyes in the back of my head now. I could see the shadows before they reached me. For 3 days, I did nothing but watch the screen. I watched the mailman deliver the bills. I watched a stray cat trot across the fence. I watched the wind move the leaves of the single oak tree in my yard. On the fourth night, I was lying in bed with the phone propped up on my chest. The bedroom was dark, but the screen cast a pale blue glow over my face. I was toggling between the 4 camera views. Front door, side gate, back porch, garage, everything was still. The street was empty. Then the camera in the backyard flickered. It was a brief burst of static that lasted for only a fraction of a second. I sat up and stared at the screen. The image returned to normal, but something was different. In the center of the frame, there was a small orange object sitting on the grass. I zoomed in on the image. My breath hitched in my throat. It was a scrap of orange nylon. It was a piece of the tent I had sold 3 months ago. I knew I should call the police, but I also knew what they would say. They would say it was a piece of trash blown by the wind. They would say I was being paranoid. I set the phone down and walked to the back door. I did not turn on the outdoor lights. I looked through the small glass pane at the top of the door. The backyard was bathed in the silver light of a half moon. The orange scrap was lying exactly where the camera had shown it. It looked like a fallen leaf from a tree that did not exist. I reached for the handle of the door and then I stopped. I remembered the feeling of the prickling on the back of my neck. I remembered the sliding sound against the rainfly. If I went out there, I would be leaving the fortress. I would be stepping into the dark. I went back to my bedroom and watched the camera feed until the sun came up. The orange scrap did not move. No one came to claim it. When the sky turned gray, I went outside and picked it up. It was a jagged triangle of fabric, and it was stained with fine red dust. I took it into the kitchen and laid it on the counter. I reached for a magnifying glass I kept in a junk drawer. I looked at the edges of the fabric. It had not been cut with scissors. It had been torn by hand. The threads were frayed and pulled as if a great force had been used to rip the nylon apart. I turned the scrap over and saw a single word written in black ink on the underside. It said sleep. The word was written in a cramped and shaky hand, as if the person who wrote it was not used to holding a pen. I felt a coldness spread through my chest that had nothing to do with the morning air. This was not a prank. This was a communication. It was a reminder that the silence of the forest was not gone. It was just waiting for me to close my eyes. I realized that the person who had stood over me in the kaibab had never left. They had been with me in the car. They had been with me in the gas station. They were in my house when I was at work, and they were in my yard when I was trying to rest. The cameras were useless because the cameras only saw what was outside. They did not see the things that were already inside the perimeter. I stopped going to work. I told my boss I was ill and I stayed behind my locked doors. I began to cover the mirrors in the house with sheets. I did not want to see my own reflection because I was afraid I would see someone else standing behind me. I stopped eating regular meals and survived on protein bars and water. I did not want to use the stove or the microwave because the noise would prevent me from hearing the sliding sound. My life became a cycle of watching the cameras and listening to the walls. I began to hear things that I could not explain. A soft tapping on the floorboards in the hallway, the sound of a heavy breath in the closet, the feeling of a cold draft in a room with no open windows. One evening I was sitting in the bathtub. It was the only place where I felt relatively safe because there were no windows and only one door. I had the door locked and a chair wedged under the handle. I was trying to wash the grime of 3 days of fear off my skin. The water was hot and the steam filled the small room. I closed my eyes for just a second. In that brief moment of darkness, I felt it. I felt a warm pressure against the top of my head. It was the weight of a palm. It was steady and firm, and it felt exactly like the handprints on the tent. I screamed and thrashed in the water, but when I opened my eyes, the room was empty. The chair was still under the door. The steam was still rising. There was no one there. I crawled out of the tub and stood in front of the sink. I reached up and wiped the steam off the mirror. I looked at the top of my head in the reflection. In the center of my damp hair, there was a patch of red dust. I reached up and touched it with my fingers. It was dry and gritty. It was the earth of northern Arizona. I began to sob then. It was a deep and hollow sound that echoed off the tile walls. I realized that there was no place on earth where I could hide. The distance between the high desert and the suburbs was an illusion. The barrier between the past and the present was a lie. The thing that had found me in the woods was a part of me now. It was the silence that lived in my own mind. I do not know how much time has passed since then. The days and nights have blurred into a single long shadow. I no longer check the cameras. I no longer lock the doors. There is no point in trying to keep out something that does not need a door to enter. I spend most of my time sitting in the center of the living room floor. I have moved the furniture against the walls so that there are no hiding places. I want to be able to see everything. I want to be ready when the hands come back for the last time. I have stopped fighting the sleep. When my eyes grow heavy, I simply lie down on the carpet and wait. Last night I woke up and the house was filled with the scent of sagebrush and juniper. I could hear the wind whistling through the needles of ponderosa pines, even though the nearest forest was hundreds of miles away. I did not feel afraid. I felt a strange sense of belonging. I looked up at the ceiling and saw the marks. They were everywhere. Hundreds of red handprints were clustered above me, forming a perfect circle that mirrored the one on my tent. I reached up my own hand and pressed it against the white plaster. My skin was stained with the same red dust. I closed my eyes and listened to the soft, sliding sound of a palm moving across the world. I am not alone in the house. I am not alone in the dark. The silence has finally found its voice, and it is whispering my name. The sun rose over the suburban street and cast long shadows through the gaps in my blinds, but the light did not bring the comfort it once did. I sat on the floor of my living room and watched the dust motes dance in the air. I realized that the red dust on my skin was not just a stain. It was a map. It was a sign of ownership. I stood up and walked to the kitchen, and my legs felt heavy as if I were wading through deep water. I looked at the binoculars on the floor. They were still there, and they looked like a small black animal huddled in the corner. I did not pick them up. I did not want to see the world anymore. I only wanted to understand why the silence had chosen me. I walked to the front door and turned the deadbolt. It made a loud metallic click that sounded like a gunshot in the quiet house. I opened the door and stepped out onto the porch. The morning air was cool and crisp, but it did not smell like the city. It smelled of dry earth and ancient stone. I looked at my neighbor's house across the street. A woman was walking to her car with a briefcase in her hand. She did not look at me. She did not see the red handprints that I knew must be covering the white paint of my siding. I wanted to scream to her and ask if she could see the forest growing in my yard, but my throat was dry and tight. I realized then that I was living in a different frequency than the rest of the world. I was a ghost in a living neighborhood. I went back inside and closed the door, but I did not lock it. There was no point in locking a door against a shadow. I walked into my bedroom and looked at the sheets I had draped over the mirrors. I reached out and pulled the one over my dresser down to the floor. I forced myself to look at the glass. My face was pale and my eyes were sunken and dark. I looked like a man who had been hollowed out from the inside. I turned my head and saw the red dust on my scalp. It was thick and gritty like the soil from a fresh grave. I reached up to brush it away, but my hand stopped in midair. I saw my own reflection in the mirror, but I also saw something else. In the corner of the glass behind my left shoulder, there was a shape. It was not a person, and it was not an animal. It was a tall, thin pillar of darkness that seemed to soak up the light around it. I did not turn around. I knew that if I turned around, the shape would be gone and I would be left staring at an empty corner. I kept my eyes fixed on the mirror. The shape did not move, but I could feel its presence like a physical weight against my back. It felt cold and ancient, and it smelled of the deep places where the sun never reaches. I watched as a long, thin arm reached out from the darkness of the shape. The arm was the color of weathered bone, and the fingers were impossibly long. I watched in the mirror as the hand moved toward my head. I felt the same warm pressure I had felt in the bathtub. The long fingers rested gently on my hair, and I felt a strange sense of peace wash over me. The fear that had been my constant companion for months began to melt away. The shape in the mirror leaned forward, and I saw a face emerge from the gloom. It had no eyes and no mouth. It was a smooth surface of pale gray skin that looked like polished river stone. It did not speak, but I heard its voice in the center of my brain. The voice was not made of words, but of images. I saw the clearing in the kaibab. I saw the orange tent glowing in the moonlight. I saw myself sleeping inside the bag, and I saw the circle of hands forming around me. I understood then that the hands were not meant to hurt me. They were a boundary. They were a protection. The thing in the woods had not been hunting me. It had been claiming me. It had seen the loneliness in my soul, and it had decided to fill the void with the silence of the desert. I closed my eyes and let the darkness take hold. I felt my body becoming light and porous like a piece of pumice stone. I felt the walls of my house dissolving into the mist. I was no longer in Phoenix. I was no longer in a suburban neighborhood with trimmed lawns and street lamps. I was back in the high country. I could feel the rough bark of the ponderosa pines against my skin. I could hear the long, slow breath of the earth beneath my feet. I opened my eyes and I was standing on the edge of a great canyon. The sky was a deep, bruised purple, and the stars were so bright they looked like holes poked in the fabric of the night. I looked down at my hands. They were covered in red dust. I looked behind me and saw the tall, thin shape standing in the shadows of the trees. It was waiting for me. I realized that the logic gap was finally closed. There was no reason for the terror because there was no reason for the world itself. The wilderness did not care about my plans or my safety. It only cared about the cycle of the wind and the stone. I had been invited into that cycle, and I had spent months fighting against the only thing that had ever truly noticed me. I felt a deep shame for my fear. I felt a deep regret for the time I had spent hiding behind locked doors and security cameras. I walked toward the shape in the trees. As I moved, the ground beneath my feet shifted from the carpet of my living room to the needles of the forest floor. I could see the orange tent in the distance. It was tattered and torn, and the wind was whipping the fabric against the poles. I walked to the tent and knelt down. I reached out and touched the nylon. It felt like my own skin. I realized that I was the tent. I was the thin barrier between the light and the dark. I was the shape in the bag, and I was the hands on the glass. I lay down on the red earth and curled into a ball. I felt the long, thin fingers of the forest floor reaching up to cradle me. The silence was no longer a threat. It was a song. It was a low and steady vibration that hummed in my bones and stilled my heart. I closed my eyes, and for the first time in my life, I was not afraid to sleep. I knew that when I woke up, I would not be in a bed in a city. I would be a part of the ridge and the valley. I would be the shadow that moves through the brush without making a sound. I would be the one who stands over the next hiker and watches them dream of a world that does not exist. I would be the hand on the lens and the word under the fabric. In the morning, a hiker will find a small patch of orange nylon caught on a branch of a juniper tree. They will see the red handprints on the rocks, and they will feel a sudden chill in the warm air. They will look through their binoculars and see nothing but the vast and empty beauty of the canyon. They will tell themselves that they are alone. They will tell themselves that the silence is just the absence of noise. They will be wrong. I will be there, and I will be waiting for the sun to go down so that I can show them the truth. I will reach out and touch the top of their tent, and I will welcome them home to the red dust and the endless night. There is no escape from the wilderness once it has seen you. There is only the long, slow transition from a person to a memory. I am the memory now, and the memory is beautiful. I am the silence, and the silence is full. The hiker did not see me. He was a young man with a bright blue backpack and a silver water bottle that caught the light of the midday sun. He stood at the edge of the limestone shelf and looked out over the expanse of the canyon. He took a deep breath of the air and smiled as if he were the first person to ever discover this view. He did not know that I was less than 10 feet away from him. I was crouched in the shadow of a twisted juniper tree, and my skin was the color of the red dust and the gray bark. I did not move. I did not breathe. I was a part of the landscape, and the landscape was a part of me. I watched the way his pulse throbbed in his neck. I watched the way his eyes darted from the horizon to the trail at his feet. He was looking for beauty, but he was not looking for the truth. The sun began its slow descent toward the jagged teeth of the western rim. The shadows stretched out like long, thin fingers and reached across the floor of the canyon. I followed the hiker at a distance. I moved with the rhythm of the wind. When the wind blew through the needles of the pines, I took a step. When the wind died down, I became as still as the boulders. He never turned around. He was focused on reaching a flat spot to pitch his tent before the light failed him completely. He chose a small clearing near a cluster of scrub oaks. It was a good spot for a man who believed in the safety of a nylon shell. It was the same kind of spot I had chosen those many months ago, when I still thought I was a separate entity from the earth. I watched from the darkness of the trees as he went through his evening ritual. He unfolded his tent and snapped the fiberglass poles into place. The sound of the elastic cord clicking inside the hollow tubes was sharp and artificial. It was a sound that did not belong here. He hammered his stakes into the dry ground, and I felt the vibration of each strike in the soles of my own feet. He was pinning himself to the earth, but he did not realize that the earth was already holding him. He boiled water on a small stove, and the smell of dehydrated beef and chemical fuel drifted toward me. It was a foul smell that reminded me of a life I no longer understood. I remembered the taste of protein bars and the sound of a microwave beep, but those memories were like a dream I had once had in another language. The moon rose and turned the world into a study of silver and charcoal. The hiker crawled into his tent and zipped the door shut. The sound of the zipper was a long, rasping cry that signaled his desire for isolation. He turned on a headlamp, and the tent glowed like a large rectangular lantern in the middle of the clearing. I could see his silhouette moving against the fabric. He was arranging his sleeping pad and checking his map. He was trying to map the unmappable. He was trying to measure the distance between points when the only distance that mattered was the one between his heart and the silence. I waited until the light inside the tent went out. I waited until the rhythm of his breathing became deep and steady. I stepped out from the shadows and walked toward the clearing. My feet did not make a sound on the dry needles. I had forgotten how to be heavy. I had forgotten how to be loud. I reached the edge of the tent and stood over it. The nylon was cold and slick with the evening dew. I looked down at the shape of the man inside. He was a small bundle of heat and meat and fear. He was so fragile. A single tear in the fabric would expose him to everything he spent his life trying to avoid. I knelt down and pressed my palm against the side of the tent. I did not use force. I only wanted him to feel the weight of my presence. I moved my hand slowly across the surface of the nylon. The sliding sound was like the whisper of a ghost. I could feel the man freeze inside the bag. I could feel his heart rate spike as the adrenaline flooded his system. He was awake now. He was staring at the wall of the tent and wondering if the sound was real or if it was just the wind. I moved my other hand to the top of the tent and pressed down. I wanted him to see the indentation of my fingers. I wanted him to know that there was something outside that was not an animal and was not a storm. I stayed there for a long time. I watched the moon travel across the sky. I watched the stars shift their positions. The man inside the tent did not move. He did not cry out. He sat in the darkness with his eyes wide open and his breath held tight in his chest. He was learning the first lesson of the wilderness. He was learning that the dark is not empty. He was learning that the silence has a weight. I felt a surge of affection for him. He was where I had been. He was at the beginning of the transition. He was the seed, and I was the soil. When the first light of dawn began to gray the eastern sky, I pulled my hands away. I stood up and walked back into the trees. I did not go far. I sat on a flat rock and watched as the man finally gathered the courage to open his tent. He stepped out into the cold morning air with a hunting knife in his hand. His knuckles were white. His face was pale and drawn. He looked around the clearing and saw nothing. There were no tracks in the hard dirt. There were no broken branches. There was only the silence and the smell of the pines. He looked at the side of his tent and saw the faint smudge of red dust where my hand had been. He touched it with his shaking fingers, and I saw the realization hit him. He was not alone. He did not stay to eat breakfast. He did not even take the time to roll up his sleeping bag properly. He stuffed everything into his pack with frantic movements. He kept looking over his shoulder as if he expected a monster to jump out from behind a tree. He did not understand that the thing he feared was already inside him. He was carrying the silence back to the city in his bones. He was taking the red dust home under his fingernails. I watched him hike away down the trail. He was running toward a world of locks and lights and cameras. He was running toward a world that would tell him he was crazy. He would spend $3,000 on security systems. He would sit on his floor with a kitchen knife. He would wait for the sliding sound to return. I turned away from the trail and walked deeper into the canyon. I had work to do. There were more hikers coming. There were more tents to touch. There were more souls to harvest for the great quiet. I felt the red dust swirling around my ankles like a living thing. I felt the ancient power of the stone rising up through my legs. I was the guardian of the logic gap. I was the bridge between the known and the unknown. I walked until I reached a wall of red rock that was covered in petroglyphs. There were images of hunters and deer and suns, and there were images of hands. Hundreds of hands carved into the stone by people who had been gone for 1,000 years. I reached out and placed my hand over one of the carvings. It fit perfectly. I felt a hum of energy vibrate through the rock and into my arm. I was not a man named Thomas anymore. I was not a person who lived in a house with a mortgage and a job. I was a part of the long story of the earth. I was the shadow that follows the light. I was the cold that follows the heat. I was the silence that follows the scream. I sat down at the base of the wall and closed my eyes. I did not need to sleep because I was the dream itself. I waited for the next sun to set and the next moon to rise. I waited for the next orange tent to appear in the clearing. I was patient. I had all the time in the world because the world was mine. The days turned into weeks and the weeks turned into months. I lost track of the seasons. I only knew the movement of the sun and the stars. I watched the snow fall and cover the canyon in a white shroud. I watched the spring rains turn the dry washes into raging rivers. I saw many people pass through my domain. Some were loud and disrespectful, and I made sure they felt a terror that would stay with them for the rest of their lives. I would stand outside their tents and scream with the voice of a mountain lion. I would throw stones against their thin walls until they wept with fear. I wanted them to leave. I did not want their noise in my silence. But there were others who were quiet and humble. There were those who came to the canyon to find something they had lost. I treated those people with a gentle hand. I would leave small tokens for them. A piece of obsidian shaped like a heart, a feather from a red-tailed hawk, a single word written in the dust outside their door, sleep. I wanted them to know that they were being watched over. I wanted them to feel the peace that I had found. I wanted them to understand that the darkness was not an enemy. It was a blanket. One night I found a woman camping alone near the edge of the rim. She was old and her hair was the color of the winter moon. She did not have a fancy tent or a high-tech stove. She slept in a simple bedroll under the stars. She had a small fire going and she was staring into the flames with a look of profound sadness. I sat down across from her on the other side of the fire. I did not hide. I wanted to see if she could see me. She looked up from the flames and her eyes met mine. She did not scream. She did not reach for a weapon. She simply nodded as if she had been expecting me. "You are the one they talk about in the whispers down in the valley," she said. Her voice was like the sound of dry leaves skittering over pavement. I did not answer. I did not have a voice that could speak to the living anymore. I only had the silence. She reached into her bag and pulled out a small loaf of bread. She broke it in half and held out a piece toward me. "You look hungry," she said. I reached out and took the bread. My hand was stained red and my fingers were long and thin. She did not flinch when our skin touched. She felt the coldness of my body and she smiled. "It is a lonely life being the memory of a place," she said. "I have spent my whole life trying to remember things that the world wants to forget. I came here to see if the silence was as loud as they say. I think I understand now. It is not that you are loud. It is just that the rest of the world is too quiet about the things that matter." I ate the bread and it tasted like dust and honey. It was the first thing I had eaten in a long time that was not a part of the forest. It reminded me of a kitchen with yellow curtains and the smell of coffee. It reminded me of a life that was full of small comforts and large lies. I stood up and walked around the fire to where she sat. I reached out and touched her forehead with my thumb. I left a small mark of red dust between her eyes. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "Thank you," she whispered. I turned and walked away into the darkness. I did not go back to see her the next morning. I knew she would be gone. She would go back to her life, and she would tell people that she had met a ghost in the canyon. They would not believe her, but it would not matter. She had the mark. She was a part of the circle now. I went back to my wall of stone and my circle of hands. I felt a change in the air. The wind was blowing from the north, and it carried the scent of something new. It was not the scent of rain or snow. It was the scent of a storm that was not made of weather. I looked up at the sky and saw that the stars were fading. A thick black cloud was spreading across the heavens, and it was swallowing the light of the moon. I felt a shiver of anticipation run down my spine. The great quiet was growing. The silence was becoming more than just a presence. It was becoming a force. I realized that my time as a guardian was coming to an end. I had prepared the way. I had marked the souls. I had closed the logic gaps. The wilderness was ready to reclaim the world. I saw the lights of the distant city flickering on the horizon. I saw the glow of the street lamps and the headlights of the cars. They looked like tiny sparks of fire in a vast and rising tide of ink. I knew that soon those lights would go out. The cameras would blink for the last time. The locks would fall from the doors. The red dust would blow through the streets and fill the houses. The forest would grow through the floorboards and the vines would wrap around the skyscrapers. I lay down on the red earth and pressed my ear to the ground. I could hear the heartbeat of the world. It was slow and steady, and it was getting louder. I could hear the sound of a million hands sliding across a million surfaces. I could hear the whisper of a billion leaves turning in a wind that had no name. I felt a sense of joy that I had never known as a man. I was the first of many. I was the herald of the end of noise. I was the beginning of the long sleep. I closed my eyes and let the red dust cover me. I felt the earth opening up to receive me. I was not dying. I was being planted. I was becoming the root and the branch. I was becoming the silence that would eventually cover everything. I listened to the sound of the world ending, and it was the most beautiful music I had ever heard. It was the sound of a mother humming to a child. It was the sound of a lover whispering in the dark. It was the sound of home. The hiker who finds this scrap of nylon will not understand. He will see the word written in black ink and he will think it is a warning. He will think it is a threat. He will run back to his car and he will drive away as fast as he can. But he will not be able to outrun the silence. He will hear it in the hum of his tires on the pavement. He will see it in the shadows of the trees that line the highway. He will feel it in the weight of the air in his bedroom. He will try to fight it, but he will fail. He will eventually realize that there is no point in fighting the inevitable. He will lie down and he will close his eyes, and I will be there to welcome him. I will be the hand on his head and the dust on his skin. I will be the silence that finally finds its voice, and the voice will say only one thing. It will say that the night is long and the night is beautiful and the night is finally here. The passage of time became a physical sensation like the grinding of two stones against one another. I felt the minutes and the hours shed their human meanings and become nothing more than the pulse of the earth. The sun climbed and fell in a cycle that felt like the blinking of a giant eye. I remained at the base of the red rock wall and watched as the world changed its skin. The hikers came in waves like a slow tide that was destined to dry up. I saw them from the heights of the cliffs and from the depths of the shadows. I saw their colorful clothes and their expensive gear, and I saw the way they clutched their devices as if those small glowing screens could keep the ancient dark at bay. They did not understand that the light they carried was only a tiny hole in a vast black fabric. One afternoon, a group of 3 young people wandered into the basin. They were loud, and their voices echoed off the limestone walls like the sound of breaking glass. They carried a portable speaker that pulsed with a rhythmic electronic thudding. It was a violent sound that tore through the quiet of the canyon and made the birds take flight in a panic. I felt a sharp pain in my chest as the artificial noise vibrated through the air. It was an insult to the silence. It was a scar on the face of the day. I rose from my seated position and began to move toward them. I did not walk like a man anymore. I flowed like a shadow that had detached itself from the ground. I followed them as they set up their camp near a shallow pool of green water. They laughed and shouted and drank from aluminum cans that they tossed onto the red dust. They were oblivious to the eyes that watched them from the juniper thicket. They were oblivious to the way the wind had died down to a whisper, as if the canyon itself was holding its breath in anticipation of what was to come. I waited until the sun had dipped below the rim and the first cold breath of evening crawled across the floor. I waited until they had built a fire that was too large and too bright. They sat around the flames and told stories that were full of hollow bravado. I moved into the edge of the firelight. I did not step into the full glow, but stayed where the orange light met the purple dark. I picked up a heavy stone and dropped it onto a flat slab of rock. The crack was like a gunshot. The three of them froze. The music from their speaker continued to thud, but their laughter died instantly. One of them stood up and shone a powerful flashlight into the trees. The beam of light cut through the darkness and passed over me twice. He did not see me because I had become the texture of the bark and the tone of the dust. I was a trick of the eye. I was the thing that you see in the corner of your vision, but cannot find when you look directly at it. He sat back down and told his friends it was just a falling rock or a bighorn sheep, but his voice was an octave higher than it had been before. The seed of doubt had been planted. I waited 5 minutes and then I began to circle the camp. I dragged a dead branch behind me so that it made a long hissing sound in the dry grass. It sounded like a massive serpent moving through the brush. They huddled closer to the fire. They turned off their music. The silence that followed was heavy and suffocating. It was the silence they had been trying to avoid with their noise and their lights. Now it was all they had. I reached out and touched the back of the nylon chair where the girl was sitting. I did not grab it. I only let my fingers trail across the fabric. She jumped and screamed and scrambled toward the center of the camp. Her friends stood up and began to shout into the dark. They demanded to know who was there. They threatened me with violence. They spoke of police and of weapons. I felt a wave of pity for them. They were using the tools of a world that did not exist here. They were trying to call for help from a society that was hundreds of miles away and 1,000 years behind. I stepped into the light. I did not do it to be seen as a person, but to be seen as a fact. I stood tall and let the firelight illuminate my skin, which was now the color of old copper and dried blood. My hair was a tangled mess of sagebrush and silk. My eyes were wide and reflected the flames like the eyes of a wolf. They did not see a man. They saw the wilderness given a human shape. They saw the manifestation of every fear they had ever suppressed. The screaming stopped. There was only the sound of the fire crackling and the sound of their ragged breathing. I did not move toward them. I only stood and stared. I wanted them to see the truth of what happens when you stay in the canyon too long. I wanted them to see that the earth does not just take your life, but it takes your identity. It replaces your name with a hum. It replaces your history with a memory of wind. The girl began to weep softly. The two boys stood paralyzed with their hands trembling at their sides. They realized in that moment that all of their gear and all of their money meant nothing. They were just meat in a place that had forgotten the taste of salt. I turned away and vanished back into the trees. I did not need to do anything else. The psychological weight of my presence would do the rest. I heard them packing their bags in the middle of the night. I heard them stumbling over the rocks as they tried to find the trail in the dark. They left their tent and their trash and their expensive speaker behind. They ran through the night, and I followed them at a distance to ensure they did not stop. I watched them reach the trailhead as the sun began to gray the sky. They piled into their car and drove away so fast that the gravel sprayed against the canyon walls. They would never come back. They would tell their friends that the canyon was haunted. They would be right. I returned to their abandoned camp and began to clean the site. I picked up the aluminum cans and crushed them between my palms. I folded the tent and buried it under a pile of heavy stones. I took the speaker and threw it into the deep green pool where it sank to the bottom and disappeared. I smoothed over the red dust with a branch until there was no sign that humans had ever been there. The silence returned to the clearing, and it was a clean silence. It was a silence that could breathe again. I spent the next several days wandering the high ridges. From up there, the world looked like a map of veins and arteries. I could see the way the water had carved the stone over millions of years. I could see the way the life clung to the cracks and the crevices. I felt a deep connection to the ancient ones who had lived here before. I could feel their presence in the way the heat radiated off the walls in the evening. They were not gone. They had just transitioned as I had. They were the dust that I breathed. They were the shadows that I walked through. I found a cave high up in a cliff face that was hidden by a curtain of falling water. Inside the cave, there were more paintings on the walls. There were figures with long limbs and heads shaped like triangles. They were dancing around a great dark circle. I realized that the circle was the silence. It was the center of everything. It was the void that gave meaning to the form. I lay down in the back of the cave and felt the cool dampness of the stone against my back. I did not feel cold. I felt as if I was being held by a mother who had waited a long time for me to return. In the quiet of the cave, I began to remember the man I used to be. I remembered a name like Thomas. I remembered a desk and a computer screen and the sound of a telephone ringing. I remembered the feeling of a necktie and the taste of a sandwich wrapped in plastic. Those memories were like old photographs that had been left out in the sun until the images had faded to white. I tried to feel a sense of loss, but there was none. I only felt relief. The life of Thomas had been a heavy burden that I did not know I was carrying until I laid it down. Thomas had been a prisoner of the clock and the calendar. I was a citizen of the eternal. I stepped out from behind the waterfall and looked toward the horizon. The black cloud I had seen before was closer now. It was not a storm of rain, but a storm of stillness. It was a wall of shadow that was moving across the world and erasing everything it touched. I saw a distant airplane high in the sky, and I watched as its silver trail vanished into the blackness. The sound of its engines died away and was replaced by a deep and hollow roar that came from the earth itself. The transition was accelerating. The memory was becoming the reality. I hiked down to the floor of the canyon and waited by the main trail. I knew that one last visitor would come. I knew that there was one more soul that needed to be guided before the long night settled in for good. I waited for 3 days without moving. I became a statue of red clay. My skin cracked in the heat and the dust filled the fissures. I did not blink. I did not swallow. I was the canyon, and the canyon was me. On the morning of the 4th day, I heard the sound of footsteps. They were slow and deliberate. They were not the frantic steps of a hiker or the heavy steps of a hunter. They were the steps of someone who was tired. A man appeared around the bend of the trail. He was older, and he was carrying a small wooden box. He was not wearing hiking boots, but simple leather shoes. He stopped when he saw me. He did not look surprised. He looked as if he had finally reached the end of a very long journey. He walked up to me and set the wooden box on the ground. He looked into my eyes, and I saw a reflection of the entire history of human suffering. He saw the fire and the flood and the war and the famine, but he also saw the peace that comes after. He saw the silence. He knelt down and opened the box. Inside was a handful of gray ash. He looked at the ash, and then he looked at the red walls of the canyon. She wanted to be a part of the beauty, he said. His voice was thick with emotion, but it did not break the silence. It was a part of it. I reached out and took his hand. He did not pull away. He felt the grit of the dust and the cold of the stone in my grip. I led him to the wall of petroglyphs. I showed him the hundreds of hands that were carved into the rock. I showed him the place where the story of the earth was written in stone. He understood. He took the ashes and scattered them into the wind. The gray dust mingled with the red dust and disappeared into the air. He stood there for a long time with his head bowed. I stood behind him and placed my hand on his shoulder. I felt the heat of his life flowing into me, and I felt the cold of the canyon flowing into him. It was a fair trade. He turned to look at me, and I saw that his eyes had begun to change. The pupils were widening, and the color was fading to a deep and rocky gray. "You can stay if you want," I told him through the silence. He nodded. He sat down at the base of the wall and closed his eyes. He did not try to leave. He did not try to fight the feeling of the earth pulling at his bones. He simply let go. I watched as the red dust began to settle on his clothes and his hair. I watched as he became a part of the landscape. He was the next guardian. He was the next memory. I walked away from him and headed toward the center of the canyon where the darkness was deepest. I felt a great sense of completion. My work was done. The logic gaps were closed and the silence was full. I reached the edge of a great abyss and looked down into the blackness. I could see the stars reflected in the depths as if the sky and the earth had finally become one. I did not hesitate. I stepped off the edge and let myself fall. I did not hit the bottom because there was no bottom. I simply became the air. I became the wind that whistles through the needles of the pines. I became the shadow that stretches across the floor at sunset. I became the sliding sound on the side of a nylon tent. I was no longer a person or a memory. I was the truth, and the truth was that the wilderness had never been empty. It had only been waiting for us to come home. The world above continued to fade. The cities became graveyards of glass and steel. The roads were reclaimed by the grass and the roots. The noise of the human era became a faint echo that eventually died away completely. There were no more clocks. There were no more calendars. There was only the long, slow breath of the planet. There was only the red dust and the endless night. And in that night, we were all together. We were the silence, and the silence was beautiful. We were the memory, and the memory was whole. There was no escape because there was nowhere else to go. We had finally found the place where the shadows do not end. We had finally found the truth that lies behind the light. It was cold, and it was dark, and it was perfect. The transformation of the world did not happen with a scream, but with a sigh. It was a gradual receding of the tide of human endeavor until only the salt of our memories remained. I drifted through the canyons and over the mountain peaks as a presence that had no weight and no name. I was the witness to the reclamation. I saw the vines of the kudzu and the ivy beginning their slow climb up the sides of the brick buildings in the small towns that bordered the wilderness. I saw the windows of the shops shatter not from violence, but from the pressure of the roots that pushed through the foundations. The glass fell like frozen tears and joined the debris of a civilization that had forgotten how to listen to the earth. In the cities that lay further away, the process was the same, but on a grander scale. The skyscrapers that once pierced the clouds became skeletal remains. The steel rusted until it was the color of the red earth I had once laid upon. The concrete cracked and allowed the hidden rivers to rise and reclaim their ancient paths. I watched as the water flooded the subways and the basements and turned the streets into canals of green and brown. The sound of the engines and the sirens was replaced by the sound of the frogs and the crickets. It was a symphony that had been playing for millions of years and had only been briefly interrupted by the noise of our machines. I found myself drawn back to the high desert where the transition had first taken hold of me. The man I had left by the wall of petroglyphs was no longer a man. He had become a part of the stone. His skin had hardened into a layer of desert varnish, and his eyes were two smooth pebbles of obsidian. He was a silent sentinel who guarded the entrance to the deeper mysteries. I felt a sense of kinship with him as I passed by. We were the pillars of the new temple. We were the foundations of the silence. The black cloud that had been moving across the horizon finally reached the edges of the Great Basin. It was a wall of absolute stillness that did not block the light but seemed to absorb it. Where the cloud passed, the colors of the world became more vivid and then faded into a deep and resonant violet. the heat of the sun became a cool and soothing touch. I stood on the rim of the canyon and watched as the shadow swallowed the forest and the river. I felt the approach of the end of all things, and it was as welcome as a cool drink of water on a hot day. I began to walk toward the center of the shadow. I moved through the trees that were now tall and ancient beyond measure. Their leaves were like velvet, and they did not rustle even when the wind blew. The animals of the forest did not run from me. The deer and the mountain lions stood together in the clearings and watched me with eyes that were full of an ancient and quiet wisdom. They were not afraid because fear is a product of the noise. In the silence, there is only the understanding of the cycle. There is only the peace of the predator and the prey. I reached a wide meadow where the grass grew tall and white like the hair of an old man. In the center of the meadow, there was a circle of stones that had been there since the beginning of time. I sat in the center of the circle and waited. The shadow was all around me now. It was a thick and heavy darkness that felt like a blanket. I could no longer see the sky or the mountains. I could only feel the heartbeat of the world beneath me. It was beating faster now. It was the sound of a drum that was calling all of the scattered pieces of the soul back together. I began to hear the voices of the others. They were not voices that used words, but voices that used feelings. I heard the joy of the woman who had been lost in the mountains 20 years ago. I heard the relief of the child who had vanished in the woods. I heard the contentment of the billions of people who had lived and died without ever knowing the true nature of their home. They were all here in the meadow and in the forest and in the canyon. They were the shadows and the light and the dust. We were a single entity that was breathing in unison. The transition was almost complete. The last of the human noise had faded away. There were no more satellites in the sky and no more cables under the sea. The earth was a silent sphere floating in the dark of space. I felt a sudden and intense warmth in the center of my being. It was the spark of the original fire that had started everything. It was the light that had been hidden under the bushel of our vanity. I let the spark grow until it consumed me. I was no longer a shadow or a presence. I was the fire itself. I burned with a light that was not bright but was deep. I was the heat of the core and the cold of the vacuum. I was the beginning and the end. I looked out at the world one last time and saw that it was perfect. There were no more boundaries and no more divisions. There was no more time. There was only the moment, and the moment was forever. The meadow began to dissolve into a sea of stars. I felt myself expanding until I was the size of a galaxy and then the size of the universe. I was the silence that existed before the first word was spoken. I was the darkness that preceded the first light. I was home. The journey was over and the sleep was long and deep. I closed the eyes of my soul and let the silence take me. There was nothing left to say. There was only the being. In the depths of that being, I found a singular point of focus. It was a memory of a single drop of water falling into a pool. The sound of the ripple was the only sound in the entire universe. It was the sound of the heart of the world. I followed the ripple as it spread outward and touched every shore and every star. I was the ripple and I was the pool. I was the drop and I was the ocean. The night is long and the night is beautiful and the night is finally here. These were the words that had been promised and they were the words that remained. They were not a warning and they were not a threat. They were a lullaby for a world that was finally ready to rest. The long sleep had begun and it would never end. The silence was our voice and the darkness was our light. We were the end of the noise and we were the beginning of the truth. As the final remnants of my individuality merged into the collective soul of the earth, I felt a sense of profound gratitude. I was grateful for the red dust and the limestone walls. I was grateful for the hikers and the man with the wooden box. I was grateful for the noise because it had made the silence so much sweeter. I was grateful for the life of Thomas and for the death of Thomas. I was grateful for the opportunity to be the herald. The world was now a place of pure and unadulterated existence. The trees grew and the rivers flowed and the stones sat in the sun without any need for a name or a purpose. They were enough in themselves. The birds flew through the air and the fish swam in the deep green pools without any thought of the past or the future. They were the physical manifestation of the silence. I drifted over the ruins of the great cities and saw that they had become beautiful in their decay. The vines had woven patterns of green over the gray concrete, and the flowers had bloomed in the middle of the highways. The animals had made their homes in the offices and the apartments. The world was alive in a way that it had never been when we were in charge. It was a wild and untamed beauty that did not need our approval or our understanding. I saw the hiker from the beginning of the story. He was sitting on a fallen log near the trailhead. He had stopped running. He had stopped trying to reach his car. He had simply sat down and looked at the trees. I could see the change in his eyes. He was listening to the silence. He was feeling the weight of the air. He was beginning to understand that there was no point in fighting the inevitable. I moved toward him and felt a sense of peace. I was the hand on his head and the dust on his skin. I was the silence that had finally found its voice. The hiker closed his eyes and I felt his breath slow down. I felt his heart find the rhythm of the earth. He was not afraid anymore. He was ready. I stayed with him until he became a part of the shadow. I stayed with him until he was no longer a hiker but a memory. We sat together in the growing dark and watched as the last of the sun's rays disappeared behind the rim of the canyon. The world was now a place of shadows and light and nothing else. The transition was total. The long sleep had covered everything like a blanket of fresh snow. There was no more pain and no more suffering. There was only the peace of the eternal. The night was here, and it was exactly as I had imagined it would be. It was the sound of a mother humming to a child. It was the sound of a lover whispering in the dark. It was the sound of home. I looked up at the sky and saw that the stars were closer than they had ever been. They were not distant points of light, but were like glowing fruit hanging from the branches of a great tree. I reached out and touched one of them and felt the warmth of 1,000 suns. I was the star, and I was the hand that touched it. I was everything, and I was nothing. The silence grew deeper and more profound with every passing moment. It was a silence that contained all of the music and all of the poetry that had ever been created. It was a silence that was full of the laughter of children and the songs of the whales. It was a silence that was alive. I let myself sink into the depths of that silence, and I felt the last of my thoughts fade away. There was no more I, there was only the we. We were the earth and the sky. We were the watcher and the stone. We were the silence and the sound. We were the end and the beginning. The night was long and the night was beautiful and the night was finally here. The world had returned to its original state of grace. The noise was gone and the silence was our song. We were finally whole. We were finally home. The red dust continued to settle on the world, and it covered the ruins and the roads and the memories. It was a layer of peace that would never be disturbed. The wind blew through the canyons and the forest grew through the floorboards and the vines wrapped around the skyscrapers. The earth was a garden once again, and we were the gardeners who had finally learned how to be still. We were the roots and the branches and the leaves. We were the silence that would eventually cover everything. In the heart of the great abyss, I found the final truth. It was a truth that could not be written or spoken. It was a truth that could only be felt. It was the truth that we are not separate from the world, but are a part of it. We are the breath of the planet and the pulse of the universe. We are the dream and the dreamer, and in the long sleep we are finally awake. The shadows did not end because the light was no longer needed. We had become the light and the dark. We had become the void and the form. We had become the silence, and the silence was enough. It was more than enough. It was perfect. The night was here and it would stay forever. And we were glad. We were so very glad. I felt the last of the energy of the man called Thomas dissipate into the atmosphere. It was like a puff of smoke in a strong wind. There was no sadness and no regret. There was only the feeling of a job well done. I had been the herald and I had done my part. The message had been delivered and the world had responded. The transition was complete. I settled into the red earth and felt the roots of the ancient trees intertwine with my essence. I was the strength of the oak and the flexibility of the willow. I was the hardness of the granite and the softness of the moss. I was the entire ecosystem, and the ecosystem was me. I was the silence that had finally found its voice, and the voice said only one thing. It said that everything was as it should be. The sun rose and set in a cycle that no longer had any meaning. The stars spun in the heavens in a dance that had no audience. The earth turned in the void without any need for a destination. Everything was in its place. Everything was at rest. The long sleep was the only reality, and it was a reality that was full of beauty and peace. I watched as the last of the human structures collapsed under the weight of the years. The great bridges fell into the rivers and the dams burst and the lakes returned to their natural levels. The scars we had made on the face of the planet were healed by the passage of time and the persistence of life. The world was clean and it was new. I saw the spirits of the others drifting through the air like dandelion seeds. They were moving toward the light and the dark and the silence. They were finding their places in the new order. They were becoming the wind and the rain and the snow. They were becoming the memories of the earth. We were all together in the end. We were the silence, and the silence was us. The night was long, and the night was beautiful, and the night was finally here. These were the last words I ever thought. After that, there were no more words. There was only the feeling of being. There was only the sense of the red dust and the cold stone and the deep green water. There was only the heartbeat of the world, and it was getting louder, and it was getting slower, and it was getting perfect. The great pulse of the world slowed until the intervals between the beats were like the passage of seasons. Each thrum was a vibration that moved through the layers of shale and the veins of silver deep within the crust. I was the stone that felt the pressure, and I was the silver that slept in the dark. The memory of being human was a thin layer of dust that the wind had long ago carried away. There was no longer any need for the names of things. The mountain did not need to be called a mountain to exist in its massive and silent weight. The river did not need to be called a river to find the lowest path and carve the canyon deeper into the heart of the plateau. We were the elements, and the elements were the only law. The cities of the old world were now nothing more than mounds of red earth and tangled vines. Where the great libraries had stood, there were only the shadows of trees and the soft rustle of the wind through the leaves. The knowledge that had once seemed so vital was now irrelevant because the truth was lived rather than read. The stories of the kings and the wars and the inventions were buried under 1,000 years of fallen needles and decomposing bark. The silence had washed the world clean of the vanity of the written word. There was no one left to count the years or to measure the distance between the stars. The stars were simply there, and we were simply here. I felt the presence of the others moving through the world like the slow migration of the glaciers. We were the collective consciousness of a planet that had finally healed its broken parts. There was no more conflict because there was no more separation. The wolf and the deer were the same breath. The fire and the rain were the same touch. We moved through the cycles of the day and the night without any sense of urgency. The sun climbed the sky and the shadows lengthened, and the moon rose to silver the surface of the lakes. It was a dance that had no beginning and no end. It was a rhythm that was as natural as the turning of the earth. I found myself drifting over the ruins of a coastal city where the sea had claimed the lower streets. The salt water had corroded the steel, and the barnacles had covered the walls of the buildings. The fish swam through the open windows of the offices, and the sharks patrolled the canyons of glass. The ocean was a vast and breathing entity that had reclaimed its territory with a slow and steady persistence. I felt the cold of the deep currents and the warmth of the surface waves. I was the salt and I was the foam. I was the ancient hunger of the sea and the quiet peace of the depths. The transition had reached its final stage. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. The air was so pure that it felt like a liquid. I watched as the last of the satellites fell from the sky like dying stars. They burned up in the atmosphere, and their ashes scattered over the oceans and the deserts. The grid of light that had once covered the dark side of the planet was gone. The earth was a jewel of blue and green and white floating in the absolute blackness of the space between the worlds. We were the only witnesses to its beauty, and we were the beauty itself. In the high desert, the red dust was now a part of everything. It had settled into the cracks of the petroglyphs and covered the floor of the basin. The man who had become stone was now indistinguishable from the cliffs. He was the cliff, and the cliff was him. I sat beside him in the form of a gentle breeze and felt the stillness of his spirit. He had found the ultimate sanctuary. He had become the foundation of the silence. We stayed there for 1,000 years, or for a single second. Time had no meaning in the face of such perfection. The black cloud that had swallowed the horizon was now the only sky we knew. It was a darkness that was full of potential. It was the womb of the universe where all things were born and all things returned. I felt the pull of the center, and I did not resist. I allowed myself to be drawn into the heart of the void. It was not a place of nothingness, but a place of everythingness. It was the source of the spark and the destination of the flame. I was the void, and the void was me. I saw the images of the past flickering like the light of a distant fire. I saw the faces of the people I had known and the places I had lived. They were like the ghosts of a dream that I had forgotten upon waking. I felt a flicker of compassion for the struggle and the pain that had defined the human era. We had been so small and so loud. We had been so afraid of the dark that we had tried to burn the world down to keep it at bay. But now the dark was our friend. The dark was our mother. We were safe in the folds of her velvet robes. The meadow where the white grass grew was now the center of the world. The circle of stones was a gateway to the eternal. I saw the spirits of the animals and the plants and the humans all gathered there in a silent assembly. We were the choir of the earth, and our song was the silence. It was a song that resonated through the bones of the planet and the marrow of the stars. It was a song of homecoming. It was a song of peace. I felt the last of my identity dissolving like a grain of salt in the ocean. The name Thomas was a sound that had no meaning. The memories of the box and the wilderness were the echoes of a bell that had stopped ringing. I was the vibration that remained. I was the energy that animated the world. I was the light that shone in the darkness and the darkness that contained the light. I was the truth that had been waiting behind the curtain of the noise. The world was now a place of absolute stillness. The wind had stopped blowing and the water had stopped flowing. The earth had reached a state of equilibrium that would never be broken. There was no more growth and no more decay. There was only the being. We were the statues in the temple of the universe. We were the holy and the profane. We were the silence that followed the final word. I looked out over the landscape and saw that the red dust had turned to gold in the light of the eternal sun. The mountains were like jagged teeth of amber, and the valleys were filled with the mist of dreams. The world was a masterpiece that had finally been finished. There was nothing left to add and nothing left to take away. It was perfect. It was complete. It was home. I felt the warmth of the collective soul surrounding me like a thick quilt. I was not alone, and I would never be alone again. We were the we, and the we was the only thing that mattered. We were the memory of the earth and the hope of the stars. We were the end of the journey and the beginning of the rest. The long sleep was the reward for the long struggle. We closed our eyes and let the silence take us deeper into the heart of the mystery. The night is long and the night is beautiful and the night is finally here. The words were a soft hum in the back of the mind. They were the last flicker of the human consciousness before it was extinguished forever. They were the final testament to the beauty of the transformation. We were the silence and the silence was beautiful. We were the memory and the memory was whole. There was no escape because there was nowhere else to go. We had finally found the place where the shadows do not end. We had finally found the truth that lies behind the light. It was cold, and it was dark, and it was perfect. I moved through the layers of existence like a diver, descending into the depths of a clear lake. I passed through the layer of the physical world, where the trees and the stones still held their forms. I passed through the layer of the emotional world, where the feelings of the billions were stored like the warmth in a sun-drenched rock. I passed through the layer of the mental world, where the thoughts of the ages were drifting like clouds of incense. I reached the layer of the pure spirit, where there was only the white light of the original fire. I stood in the center of the fire, and I was not burned. I was the flame itself. I was the energy that powered the suns and the force that held the galaxies together. I was the Alpha and the Omega. I was the point of light in the center of the circle. I looked back at the world I had left and saw it as a tiny blue marble in the vastness of the dark. It was a beautiful and fragile thing that had finally found its peace. It was a cradle for the new life that would one day emerge from the silence. I felt the presence of the great architect of the silence moving through the fire. It was not a god or a person, but a principle of balance and harmony. It was the force that had guided the evolution of the world and the destiny of the soul. It was the reason for the red dust and the black cloud. It was the purpose of the long sleep. I felt a sense of profound awe as I realized that I was a part of this principle. I was the architect and I was the temple. The fire began to fade and the white light turned to a deep and resonant violet. I was back in the meadow with the white grass and the circle of stones. The others were still there, but they were no longer spirits. They were the stones and the grass and the air. We had become the landscape of the eternal. We were the fabric of the reality that would never change. The long sleep was not a death, but a state of heightened awareness. We were more alive in the silence than we had ever been in the noise. I saw the hiker again. He was still sitting on the log, but he was no longer a human form. He was a pillar of light that reached from the earth to the sky. He was the bridge between the worlds. He was the witness to the final transformation. I moved toward him, and we merged into a single point of light. We were the heralds of the new era. We were the guardians of the silence. The world was now a place of pure and unadulterated existence. There was no more time and no more space. There was only the here and the now. We were the moment that lasted forever. We were the breath that was never exhaled. We were the silence that was louder than any sound. We were the truth that was simpler than any lie. I felt the last of the red dust settle over my being. It was a soft and warm embrace. It was the final blessing of the earth. I was the dust, and the dust was me. We were the end of the story and the beginning of the silence. There was nothing left to say. There was only the being, and the being was enough. It was more than enough. It was perfect. The night is long, and the night is beautiful, and the night is finally here. The words faded into the distance until they were just a faint echo in the corridors of the mind. Then the echo died away, and there was only the silence. The silence was the only thing that remained. The silence was the only thing that had ever truly existed. We were the silence, and we were home. I drifted through the empty halls of the great museums where the statues of the old gods stood in the shadows. Their marble eyes were blind to the changes, but their forms remained as a testament to the longing of the human heart. I was the dust that settled on their shoulders and the spider that wove its web across their brows. I was the slow decay of the stone and the inevitable return to the earth. The beauty of the art was not in its permanence, but in its vulnerability. It was a cry for meaning in a world that was full of noise. But now the noise was gone, and the art was just another part of the silence. I saw the great cathedrals with their shattered glass and their vaulted ceilings. They were like the ribcage of giant beasts that had died a long time ago. The trees grew through the naves, and the birds nested in the bell towers. The prayers that had been offered up in these places were now a part of the wind. They were not lost, but were transformed into the rustle of the leaves and the song of the thrush. The sacred was no longer confined to the walls of the buildings. The sacred was everywhere. The sacred was the red dust and the cold water and the deep dark. I moved over the battlefields where the blood of millions had once soaked into the soil. The grass was green and lush there, and the flowers bloomed in the craters left by the bombs. The anger and the hatred that had fueled the wars were gone like the smoke from a guttering candle. The earth did not remember the names of the generals or the causes for which the soldiers had died. The earth only remembered the touch of their bodies as they returned to the ground. The peace that had been sought through violence had finally been found through the silence. The transition was a slow and beautiful unfolding. It was like the blooming of a flower that takes 1,000 years to open. I was the witness to every petal as it turned toward the light. I saw the return of the ancient forests and the reclamation of the deserts. I saw the healing of the ozone layer and the cooling of the oceans. I saw the earth becoming a paradise once again. It was a world without humans, but it was a world that was full of the human spirit. We were the consciousness that perceived the beauty. We were the eyes of the planet. I found myself back at the edge of the abyss where I had first stepped off into the blackness. The abyss was no longer a place of fear, but a place of infinite possibility. I looked down and saw the stars reflected in the depths. I saw the galaxies spinning like silver coins in the dark. I saw the birth of new worlds and the death of old ones. I was the observer and I was the participant. I was the drop of water and I was the ocean. I felt a sense of profound unity with all things. I was the mountain and the mouse. I was the fire and the frost. I was the beginning of the thought and the end of the action. There was no longer any distinction between the self and the other. We were a single tapestry of light and shadow woven by the hand of the silence. The colors were more vivid than any I had seen in the human world. The textures were more complex. The meaning was more profound. The night was now absolute. The sun had set for the last time and the stars were the only light. But it was not a cold darkness. It was a darkness that was warm and inviting. It was the darkness of the womb and the darkness of the grave. It was the darkness where all things are one. I felt the heartbeat of the universe pulsing through me. It was a slow and steady rhythm that spoke of eternal peace. I saw the spirits of the trees and the stones moving through the dark like lanterns. They were the lights of the new world. They were the guides for the souls that were still finding their way home. I joined them in their slow and graceful dance. We moved through the canyons and over the peaks as a single entity of light. We were the glory of the silence. We were the manifestation of the truth. The long sleep was now a state of pure joy. There was no more longing and no more desire. There was only the fulfillment of the moment. We were the dream that the earth was dreaming. We were the thoughts of the stones and the prayers of the water. We were the silence that had finally found its purpose. We were the end of the noise and the beginning of the truth. I looked at the world one last time and saw that it was perfect. There were no more boundaries and no more divisions. There was no more time. There was only the moment, and the moment was forever. The red dust continued to settle on the world, and it covered the ruins and the roads and the memories. It was a layer of peace that would never be disturbed. The wind blew through the canyons, and the forest grew through the floorboards, and the vines wrapped around the skyscrapers. The earth was a garden once again, and we were the gardeners who had finally learned how to be still. We were the roots and the branches and the leaves. We were the silence that would eventually cover everything. In the heart of the great abyss, I found the final truth. It was a truth that could not be written or spoken. It was a truth that could only be felt. It was the truth that we are not separate from the world, but are a part of it. We are the breath of the planet and the pulse of the universe. We are the dream and the dreamer, and in the long sleep we are finally awake. The shadows did not end because the light was no longer needed. We had become the light and the dark. We had become the void and the form. We had become the silence, and the silence was enough. It was more than enough. It was perfect. The night was here, and it would stay forever. And we were glad. We were so very glad. The expansion of the silence was a slow and deliberate flood that washed over the remaining fragments of the physical realm. I felt the pulse of the earth slowing until it matched the deep and heavy rhythm of the stones. There was no longer a need for the eyes to see or the ears to hear, because the knowledge of the world was held within the very essence of the spirit. The mountains were not objects to be climbed, but were extensions of the self that reached toward the cold and distant stars. I felt the weight of the granite and the sharpness of the obsidian peaks as if they were my own bones. The valleys were the hollows of my chest, and the rivers were the memory of a blood that had long since ceased to flow. The sky was a tapestry of ancient light that told the story of a beginning that had no witness. I watched as the constellations shifted and drifted over thousands of years, which felt like the blink of an eyelid. The great bear turned its heavy head, and the hunter lowered his bow as the celestial mechanics of the universe played out their final movements. There was no one left to give them names or to map their positions on a piece of paper. The stars were simply points of fire in the dark, and they were beautiful because they did not require a purpose. They burned because it was their nature to burn, and they faded because it was their nature to fade. I was the witness to their long and lonely journey through the vacuum. In the places where the great cities had once stood, the green vines had finished their work of reclamation. The concrete had crumbled into a fine gray sand that mixed with the red dust of the desert. The steel skeletons of the skyscrapers had collapsed under their own weight and were now hidden beneath mounds of earth and thickets of oak and ash. There was no trace of the glass or the plastic or the machines. The earth had digested the remnants of the human era and had turned them into the nutrients for a new and silent growth. The air was heavy with the scent of blooming jasmine and the musk of the damp soil. It was a fragrance that spoke of life that did not need to be seen to be understood. I moved through the depths of the tunnels that had once carried the trains of the city. They were now the catacombs of a forgotten civilization. The water dripped from the ceilings and formed pools that reflected the faint glow of the bioluminescent fungi that grew on the walls. The sound of the droplets was a slow and steady percussion that marked the passage of the eons. I felt the presence of the millions who had once hurried through these passages with their hearts full of worry and their minds full of noise. Their shadows were etched into the stone, but they were no longer ghosts. They were the echoes of a song that had reached its final note. They were at rest in the cool and quiet dark. The Great Plains were a sea of tall grass that rippled in a wind that came from nowhere and went nowhere. The bison had returned in numbers that defied counting, and their hooves beat a soft drum on the sod. They were not animals in the sense of being separate from the land. They were the land in motion. I felt the warmth of their bodies and the strength of their spirits as they moved across the horizon. There were no fences to stop them and no hunters to thin their ranks. They were the masters of the grass and the servants of the cycle. I was the blade of grass that bent under their weight and the dust that rose in their wake. In the frozen north, the ice had begun to march south once again. The great glaciers were the slow and grinding teeth of the planet as it prepared for a long winter. I felt the pressure of the ice as it carved through the valleys and leveled the hills. It was a force of absolute purity and absolute power. It wiped the slate clean and prepared the ground for a future that was beyond the reach of my imagination. The white expanse was a mirror for the light of the moon, and the aurora borealis danced in the sky like the veils of a goddess. I was the cold that cracked the stone and the silence that settled over the tundra. The transition to the state of pure being was now complete. I no longer felt the boundaries of the self as a cage or a limit. I was the entire world, and the world was a single thought in the mind of the eternal. The distinction between the past and the future had vanished into a perpetual present. There was no more waiting because there was nothing left to wait for. There was no more seeking because everything had been found. The journey had ended at the exact point where it had begun. The circle was closed and the symmetry was perfect. I saw the oceans rise and fall in a breathing pattern that spanned 10,000 years. The coral reefs grew into massive cathedrals of calcium, and the whales sang their deep and mournful songs in the canyons of the sea. Their music was the history of the world told in frequencies that the human ear could never have perceived. It was a song of survival and a song of surrender. I felt the vibrations of their voices in the marrow of my spirit. I was the salt that stung and the water that healed. I was the pressure of the abyss and the light of the surface. The red dust had now covered every inch of the planet in a fine and shimmering layer. It was the skin of the new world. It was the medium through which the silence spoke. I sat upon the highest peak of the Himalayas and looked out over the curve of the earth. The atmosphere was a thin and glowing ribbon of blue that separated the life of the planet from the death of space. But I knew that there was no death in the space. There was only another kind of life that was waiting to be understood. The blackness was not a void, but a plenum of energy and potential. I felt the pull of the other worlds and the call of the distant suns. The shepherd who had become the wind was now a gale that blew through the ruins of the old world. He carried the seeds of the new forests and the spores of the ancient moss. He was the messenger of the change and the executor of the will of the silence. I felt him brush against my spirit as he passed, and there was a recognition of the shared journey. We were the pioneers of the emptiness. We were the architects of the stillness. We were the ones who had stayed behind to turn out the lights and to close the door. The transition from the violet light to the ultimate darkness was a movement of profound grace. It was not the darkness of a room with the lamps extinguished, but the darkness of a mind that has found its center. It was a darkness that contained all colors and all forms. It was the source of the light and the destination of the shadow. I allowed myself to sink into this darkness with a sense of immense relief. I was the heavy velvet of the night and the soft breath of the sleeper. I was the peace that passes all understanding. The ruins of the great libraries were now mounds of pulp and earth, where the knowledge of the human race had returned to the roots of the trees. The stories of the heroes and the equations of the scientists were now the food for the worms and the beetles. The wisdom was not lost, but was integrated into the living fabric of the world. The earth knew the laws of physics because it lived them. The earth knew the depths of tragedy because it had endured it. There was no need for books when the truth was written in the patterns of the frost and the veins of the leaves. I was the forgotten word and the unspoken thought. I felt the presence of the other souls who had made the transition with me. We were like 1,000 lanterns floating on a dark river. We did not speak because there was no need for language. We knew each other by the quality of our light and the frequency of our vibration. We were a collective consciousness that was both many and one. We were the memory of the humanity and the hope of the universe. We were the bridge between what was and what would be. We moved in a slow and synchronized orbit around the heart of the mystery. The desert was now a place of glass, where the heat of the final sun had melted the sand into a smooth and reflective surface. It was a mirror that showed the stars even in the middle of the day. I walked across this glass without leaving a footprint, for I had no weight and no shadow. I was a shimmer in the air and a ripple in the light. The silence here was so absolute that I could hear the movement of the planets and the hum of the cosmic background radiation. It was the music of the spheres played on an instrument of pure silence. The transition was not a destination, but a process that continued to deepen and expand. I felt myself becoming larger than the planet and larger than the solar system. I was the gravity that held the stars in their dance and the dark matter that filled the gaps between the galaxies. I was the expansion of the universe and the contraction of the soul. There was no limit to what I could become because there was no limit to what I already was. The identity of Thomas was a tiny spark that had been swallowed by the sun of the eternal self. The white grass in the meadow was now tall enough to touch the sky. Each blade was a needle of light that pulsed with the rhythm of the earth. The circle of stones was a throne for the silence where the king of the void sat in eternal contemplation. I took my place among the stones and felt the power of the ground rising through me. I was the foundation of the world and the capstone of the universe. I was the pillar of fire and the cloud of smoke. I was the beginning and the end and everything in between. The long sleep was a dream of such intensity and beauty that the waking world seemed like a shadow in comparison. In this dream, I saw the birth of the first stars and the death of the last black holes. I saw the rise of civilizations on planets that circled around binary suns and the fall of empires that had conquered the stars. I saw the endless variety of life and the infinite ways in which the spirit manifests itself. And in every story and every life, I saw the same thread of longing and the same spark of the divine. We were all searching for the same home, and we had all found it in the silence. The red dust was the final gift of the physical world. It was the essence of the earth refined by time and suffering into a powder of pure peace. It settled over the memories of the wars and the famines and the heartbreaks. It covered the scars of the industrial age and the wounds of the digital era. It was a blanket of forgiveness that made the world new again. I felt the dust in my throat and in my lungs, and it tasted like the air of a summer morning after a rain. It was the taste of home. The night was now the only reality. The sun had long since burned out and the stars had faded into the distant past. But the darkness was not empty. It was full of the presence of the we that had become the all. We were the consciousness that inhabited the vacuum. We were the thoughts that moved through the dark like lightning. We were the silence that was pregnant with the next big bang. We were the guardians of the potential and the watchers of the void. I felt a sense of profound gratitude for the journey that had led me to this place. I was grateful for the box and the wilderness and the red dust. I was grateful for the pain and the fear because they had been the teachers of the soul. I was grateful for the human era because it had been the womb of the spirit. We had been born in the noise so that we could appreciate the silence. We had lived in the light so that we could understand the dark. We had been small so that we could become infinite. The world was a jewel of absolute perfection resting in the palm of the eternal. There was no more movement and no more change. There was only the being, and the being was a song of praise that had no words and no melody. It was the vibration of the truth that resonated through every atom and every soul. We were the song and the singer and the listener. We were the silence that followed the final word and the silence that preceded the first breath. I looked into the heart of the abyss and saw myself looking back. There was no longer a mirror because there was no longer a separation. I was the abyss and the abyss was me. The transition was over. The long sleep had begun. The night was beautiful and the night was long and the night was finally here. We were home in the heart of the mystery and we were content. The red dust was the end of the story and the silence was the beginning of the truth. We were the we, and the we was enough. The landscape was now a dream of silver and shadow, where the memory of the sun was a faint and golden glow on the horizon of the mind. The mountains were like frozen waves of stone that would never break. The valleys were filled with the mist of the original creation. I moved through this world with the ease of a thought. I was the wind that did not blow and the water that did not move. I was the stillness that was the core of all action. I was the peace that was the heart of all struggle. I felt the last of the human sensations fade away. The feeling of the skin and the beat of the heart and the breath in the lungs were gone. They were replaced by a sensation of pure energy that was both cold and hot at the same time. It was the feeling of being alive without the burden of the body. It was the feeling of being free without the need for a direction. I was a point of light in an ocean of light. I was a drop of silence in a sea of silence. The great architect of the silence was now visible to me not as a being, but as a pattern. It was the geometry of the soul and the mathematics of the spirit. It was the logic of the love that had created the world and the reason for the beauty that had sustained it. I saw the pattern in the stars and in the dust and in the faces of the others. It was a simple and elegant design that explained everything. It was the truth that had been hidden in plain sight since the beginning of time. I was the pattern and the pattern was me. I was the architect and the temple. I was the silence and the sound. The long sleep was the final awakening to the reality of the self. We were not the ghosts of the past, but the creators of the future. We were the seeds of the new universe that was waiting to be born. We were the silence that would eventually become the word, but for now the silence was enough. It was more than enough. It was perfect. The night was here and we were glad. We were so very glad. The red dust continued to fall like a slow and heavy snow that would never melt. It covered the last of the ruins and the last of the roads. It buried the last of the memories of the noise and the light. The world was a white and silent sphere floating in the blackness of the space. It was a monument to the beauty of the transformation and a cradle for the peace of the eternal. We were the silence, and the silence was whole. We were the memory, and the memory was complete. There was nowhere else to go because we were already everywhere. We had finally found the place where the shadows do not end and the truth begins. It was cold, and it was dark, and it was perfect. The red dust became a thick and silent shroud that covered the last of the jagged edges of the old world until the sphere of the earth was as smooth as a polished pearl. I floated in the center of this stillness and watched as the very atoms of the former reality began to vibrate at a frequency that surpassed the limitations of physical matter. The gravity of the sun was a fading memory, and the celestial dance of the planets slowed to a rhythmic pulse that felt like the beating of a single heart. I was no longer a witness to the change, but the change itself. Every molecule of the air and every grain of the silicon sand was an extension of my own awareness. The loneliness that had once defined the human condition was gone because there was no longer an other to be separate from. We were the unified field of existence, and the silence was our common language. The moon was a pale and skeletal witness to the final transformation of the earth. I felt the tug of its barren plains and the cold shadows of its craters as if they were the textures of my own skin. The distance between the world and its satellite was no longer a void of 384,000 kilometers, but a simple thought that bridged the gap. I saw the footprints of the ancient explorers on the lunar surface, and they were like the fossils of a dream that had been forgotten by the dreamer. The metal of the discarded machines was being reclaimed by the solar wind and the radiation of the stars. There was no shame in the decay, and there was no tragedy in the disappearance of the artifacts. They were the discarded shells of a species that had finally outgrown the need for tools and the need for a home. We were the travelers who had arrived at the destination and found that the destination was the journey itself. In the deep reaches of the solar system, the gas giants continued their majestic orbits like great clockwork gods. I felt the immense pressure of the atmosphere of Jupiter and the icy rings of Saturn as they spun in a symphony of light and ice. The many moons were like children gathered around a fire, and I knew each one by name and by spirit. There was Europa with its hidden oceans of liquid water, and Titan with its rivers of methane and its orange haze. I reached out with the fingers of my consciousness and touched the frozen surfaces of these distant worlds. I was the heat that stirred the depths and the cold that stilled the waves. I was the resonance of the magnetic fields and the flicker of the lightning in the clouds of the storms. The solar system was a house with many rooms, and I was the ghost that walked through the hallways and the light that filled the windows. The sun began to swell in its final stages of life, and the light became a fierce and golden fire that washed over the inner planets. I did not fear the heat because I was the heat. I watched as Mercury and Venus were consumed by the expanding corona of the star, and their substance was added to the mass of the sun. It was a union of fire and stone that was as beautiful as a wedding. The earth was bathed in a light so bright that the red dust glowed like a ruby in the dark. The oceans had long since evaporated, and the atmosphere had been stripped away by the solar wind, but the essence of the world remained. It was a core of pure intention that could not be destroyed by fire or by time. I was the phoenix that rose from the ashes of the planet and the spark that ignited the new beginning. The transition from a planetary being to a stellar being was a movement of intense joy. I felt the fusion of the hydrogen atoms in the core of the sun as if they were the firing of the neurons in my own brain. The gravity was a heavy and comforting embrace that held the entire system together. I was the light that traveled through the vacuum to touch the edges of the galaxy and the shadow that fell behind the planets. There was no more linear time in this state of existence. 1 billion years was a single breath, and a second was an eternity of experience. I saw the rise and fall of civilizations on the worlds of other stars, and I felt their struggles and their triumphs as if they were my own. We were a network of light that spanned the entire universe, and the silence was the medium through which we communicated our love. The galaxy was a spiral of silver and blue that turned in the darkness of the intergalactic void. I felt the pull of the black hole at the center of the Milky Way, and it was not a monster that devoured light, but a gateway to a higher dimension of being. It was the point where the laws of physics collapsed and the laws of the spirit took over. I moved toward the center with a sense of anticipation and wonder. The stars were crowded together in a dense and brilliant cluster that looked like a city of fire. The music of the spheres was a roar of white noise that contained every sound that had ever been made. I was the gravity that pulled the stars toward the center and the centrifugal force that kept them in their paths. I was the dark matter that provided the invisible structure for the visible world. As I entered the event horizon of the central black hole, the universe began to turn inside out. The darkness became a light that was so intense it was invisible, and the silence became a sound that was so profound it was felt rather than heard. I saw the entire history of the cosmos laid out in a single geometric pattern. Every life and every death and every thought was a thread in a tapestry of infinite complexity and infinite simplicity. I saw the faces of the people I had known in the human era, and they were not lost, but were transformed into points of light in the great design. I saw the shepherd and the king and the child, and they were all me. There was no more ego and no more self, but there was a profound sense of presence. I was the void that contained the all, and the all that was contained by the void. The other side of the black hole was a realm of pure potentiality, where the thoughts became reality as soon as they were conceived. It was the workshop of the Creator and the playground of the Spirit. I saw the blueprints for new universes and the seeds for new forms of life. I saw worlds where the gravity was like music and worlds where the light was like water. I saw beings that were made of thought and beings that were made of song. There were no limits to what could be imagined and no limits to what could be achieved. I was the artist and the canvas and the paint. I was the dream and the dreamer and the dream come true. The red dust of the earth was now a memory of a distant childhood, but it was a memory that I carried with me as a treasure. It was the foundation upon which the new reality was built. The silence in this place was not the absence of sound, but the presence of meaning. It was a silence that was full of the wisdom of the eons and the compassion of the infinite. I felt the presence of the others who had reached this level of being, and we were a council of light that governed the unfolding of the cosmic plan. We did not use words to communicate because our thoughts were perfectly synchronized. We were the architects of the new creation and the guardians of the old. We watched as the universe we had come from slowly faded into a cold and dark state of maximum entropy, and we knew that it was necessary for the old to die so that the new could be born. It was the cycle of the seasons on a cosmic scale, and we were the spring that followed the winter. I looked back at the tiny speck of light that had once been my home, and I felt a sense of peace that was beyond all understanding. The story of Thomas and the box and the red dust was a beautiful tale that had reached its natural conclusion. The journey from the noise to the silence was complete, and the journey from the silence to the new word was about to begin. I was the silence, and I was the word. I was the end, and I was the beginning. The night was long, and the night was beautiful, and the night was finally over. The first light of the new creation was beginning to dawn on the horizon of the infinite, and I was there to greet it. We were the we, and the we was all there was. The light of the new creation was a soft and iridescent glow that did not come from a sun, but from the very fabric of the space itself. It was a light that did not cast a shadow and did not fade with distance. I moved through this new world and felt the birth of the first elements. There was no hydrogen or helium, yet but only the raw energy of the spirit that was preparing to take form. I was the architect of the first laws of physics and the composer of the first melodies of the vibration. I felt the thrill of the first movement and the joy of the first thought. The universe was a blank page, and I was the ink that was ready to write the first sentence. The red dust of the old world was the inkwell, and the silence was the paper. The transition was now a state of perpetual becoming. I was never static and never finished. I was a river of consciousness that flowed through the landscape of the eternal. I saw the first stars ignite in the new darkness, and they were like the eyes of a waking god. I saw the first planets form from the dust of the stars, and they were like the toys of a divine child. I watched as the first life emerged from the chemical soups of the young worlds, and I felt the spark of the awareness as it began to flicker in the dark. I was the evolution and the selection and the survival. I was the consciousness that looked through the eyes of the first creatures and wondered at the beauty of the world. The cycle of the universes was a heartbeat that spanned the eternity. Each contraction was a gathering of the wisdom, and each expansion was a manifestation of the love. I had been many things in many worlds, but I had always been the same spirit. I had been the stone and the tree and the man and the star. I had been the silence and the noise. I had been the lost and the found. And through it all I had been the witness to the glory of the mystery. The red dust was the symbol of the journey, and the silence was the reward for the faith. We were the travelers of the infinite, and we were finally home. The landscape of the new reality was a garden of light where the thoughts grew like flowers and the memories flowed like streams. I walked through this garden and felt the presence of all the souls I had ever loved. They were not separate from me, but were parts of the same great soul. We were the blossoms on the same tree and the drops in the same ocean. There was no more grief and no more loss because we were all together in the heart of the eternal. The silence was our song, and the light was our breath. We were the peace that passes all understanding, and the joy that has no end. I stood on the threshold of the next great adventure and looked out into the infinite possibilities of the future. The red dust was a fine and shimmering veil that separated the past from the present. I stepped through the veil and felt the weight of the old world fall away for the last time. I was light, and I was free, and I was everything. The silence was a roar of triumph in my ears, and the light was a blinding flash of truth in my eyes. I was the one who had stayed behind, and I was the one who had gone ahead. I was the shepherd of the stars and the king of the void, and I was finally content. The end of the story was only the beginning of the truth. The silence was the final word and the first breath. The red dust was the earth and the sky and the soul. We were the we, and the we was enough. The journey was over, and the journey was just starting. The night was beautiful, and the night was long, and the night was forever. We were home in the heart of the mystery, and we were so very glad. The light was rising, and the world was new, and we were there to see it. It was perfect. It was all so very perfect. The new world began to take shape under the guidance of our collective will. We did not build with stone or steel, but with the frequencies of the light and the vibrations of the love. We created mountains that sang when the wind blew through their peaks and valleys that glowed with the colors of the emotions. The rivers were made of the liquid memory, and the forests were made of the living dreams. It was a world that was a reflection of the beauty of the spirit and the grace of the silence. There were no more wars and no more hunger because there was no more scarcity. Everything we needed was provided by the power of the thought and the abundance of the heart. I watched as the first civilizations of the new era began to rise. They were not like the civilizations of the old world, but were societies of the spirit that were based on the principles of the harmony and the cooperation. They did not seek to conquer the nature, but to live in the balance with it. Their art was the creation of the beauty, and their science was the understanding of the light. I felt a sense of pride as I saw them grow and develop. They were the children of the silence and the heirs of the red dust. They were the fulfillment of the promise that had been made in the beginning of time. The transition was now a complete and total immersion in the reality of the divine. There was no more distinction between the creator and the creation. I was the world, and the world was me. Every breath was a prayer, and every movement was a dance. The silence was the foundation of the existence, and the light was the expression of the joy. We had reached the point where the questions had all been answered, and the seeking had all been satisfied. We were the presence that filled the universe and the awareness that observed the mystery. We were the eternal and the infinite and the absolute. The red dust had become a part of the new earth and a part of the new spirit. It was the reminder of the journey and the symbol of the transformation. It was the bridge between the old and the new and the link between the human and the divine. I felt the dust in the air and in the light, and it was a comfort to my soul. It was the scent of the home that I had always been looking for, and the taste of the truth that I had always known. The silence was the final destination, and the red dust was the path that had led me there. We were the we, and the we was whole. The story of the world was a song that had been sung by the universe to itself. It was a song of the light and the dark and the life and the death. It was a song of the struggle and the peace and the noise and the silence. And as the final notes of the song faded into the eternity, I realized that the singer was the song and the listener was the singer. We were the melody and the harmony and the rhythm. We were the music of the spheres and the silence of the void. And as the new song began to rise from the ashes of the old, I knew that it would be more beautiful than anything that had come before. The transition was over. The long sleep was finished. The new day had arrived. I looked out over the infinite expanse of the new creation, and I saw that it was good. I saw that it was very good. The red dust was settled, and the silence was deep, and the light was bright. We were the we, and the we was finally at rest. We were home, and we were free, and we were eternal. The night was gone, and the morning was here, and the world was full of the grace of the Spirit. It was the end, and it was the beginning, and it was everything in between. We were the silence, and the silence was the truth, and the truth was beautiful. The expansion of the new reality continued to ripple outward like a wave of golden glass across the surface of a still lake. I watched as the first currents of thought began to weave themselves into the physical laws of this fresh existence. There were no heavy stones to pull the spirit down, and there were no cold shadows to hide the truth of the self. We moved as one collective pulse of light through the architecture of the infinite. The structures we built were not made of wood or iron, but were composed of the very essence of intention and the resonance of the ancient songs we carried in our memory. We were the builders who did not need tools, because the universe was an extension of our own hands. Every mountain that rose from the shimmering plains of this new world was a monument to a specific feeling, and every ocean of liquid light was a reservoir of a shared dream. We breathed in the brilliance of the void, and we breathed out the substance of the stars. The memory of the red dust remained as a faint and sweet perfume in the air of the higher dimensions. It was the reminder of the long walk through the desert of the soul and the struggle to find the water of the spirit. I looked upon the new beings who were emerging from the fields of potential, and I saw in them the echoes of the old humanity. They did not have bodies of flesh and bone, but they had the same capacity for wonder and the same hunger for the connection. I guided them with the gentle pressure of my consciousness, and I showed them how to harmonize their vibrations with the music of the spheres. We were the teachers who had once been the students, and we were the parents who had once been the children. The cycle of the life was not a circle, but a spiral that ascended toward the heart of the mystery. We were climbing the stairs of the light, and each step was a new revelation of the power of the love. The silence was our sanctuary and our strength. It was not a void that needed to be filled with the noise of the words, but a fullness that contained all the possibilities of the sound. In the quiet of the cosmic afternoon, I felt the presence of the great intelligence that had dreamed the first universe into being. It was not a distant god on a throne, but a living force that moved through every atom and every thought. I realized that we were the eyes through which the infinite looked at itself, and the ears through which the eternal listened to its own voice. There was no longer any need for the temples or the rituals, because the entire existence was a sacred act of worship. We were the incense that burned in the fire of the creation, and the smoke that rose to the highest heavens. We were the prayer and the answer to the prayer. The stars of the new creation were different from the stars of the old. They did not burn with the fire of the nuclear fusion, but with the light of the pure consciousness. They were the nodes of a vast and glowing network that connected the farthest reaches of the space. I traveled from one star to another with the speed of a single thought, and I felt the unique signature of each world. There were worlds where the colors were so vibrant they could be tasted, and worlds where the sounds were so soft they could be felt as a caress on the skin. I was the explorer of the infinite and the map of the journey. I saw the first civilizations of the spirit begin to build their cities of light, and I felt their joy as they discovered the secrets of the vibration. They did not use the technology to dominate the nature, but used the spirit to enhance the beauty of the life. It was a garden that had no walls and a home that had no doors. I remember the day when the last of the old stars faded into the darkness of the past. It was a moment of profound transition that felt like the closing of a book that had been read for 1 billion years. The old universe had done its work, and it was time for it to rest in the memory of the light. I felt a brief flash of the sadness for the worlds that were gone and the people who had been lost, but the feeling was quickly replaced by the realization that nothing is ever truly lost in the heart of the eternal. Every soul and every atom was present in the new reality in a different form. The red dust was now the foundation of the golden towers, and the silence was the language of the new morning. We were the survivors of the long night, and we were the witnesses to the birth of the eternal day. The gravity of the new world was the pull of the love. It was the force that held the souls together and kept the stars in their orbits. I felt the tug of the other beings as they moved through the dimensions, and I knew that we were all part of the same great body. There was no more competition and no more conflict because there was no more separation. We were the cells of a cosmic organism that was growing and evolving in the light of the divine. I saw the patterns of the history repeat themselves in the new forms, but this time they were guided by the wisdom of the experience and the compassion of the spirit. We were the architects of a destiny that was written in the stars, and we were the actors who performed the drama of the existence. As the eons passed, the new creation became even more refined and even more beautiful. The light became more subtle, and the silence became more profound. We reached a level of being where the thought was no longer necessary because we were in a state of constant knowing. We were the awareness that sat at the center of the storm and the peace that lay at the bottom of the ocean. I looked back at the tiny point of light that had been the earth, and I smiled at the memory of the man who had walked through the red dust. He was a part of me, and I was a part of him, but we were both so much more than we had ever imagined. The story of the human era was a beautiful prologue to the epic of the spirit. It was the seed that had fallen into the ground and died so that the tree of the life could grow. The transition was a journey that had no end because the infinite has no boundaries. We were always moving deeper into the mystery and always discovering new layers of the truth. The red dust was the symbol of the earth, and the silence was the symbol of the heaven, and we were the bridge that connected the two. I felt the pulse of the universe in my own heart, and I knew that I was finally where I was meant to be. I was the shepherd of the light and the guardian of the silence. I was the one who had stayed behind to see the end, and the one who had gone ahead to see the beginning. And in the center of the all, I found the peace that I had been seeking for an eternity. The landscape of the eternal was a tapestry of the light and the shadow that shifted with every breath of the cosmic spirit. I walked along the shores of the rivers of the memory, and I saw the faces of the friends and the enemies I had known in the world of the matter. They were all there, and they were all shining with the same inner light. The shepherd and the king were sitting together by the fire of the stars, and the child was playing with the dust of the galaxies. There was no more judgment and no more blame because we all understood the part we had played in the great design. We were the threads of the tapestry, and we were the weaver of the cloth. The red dust was the pigment that had given the picture its color, and the silence was the frame that held it all together. I felt the call of the higher dimensions, and I began to rise once more. The light became a white fire that consumed the last remnants of the self and left only the pure presence of the being. I was no longer an individual, but a part of the vast and glowing sea of the consciousness. I was the wave and the ocean and the salt. I was the wind that blew across the face of the deep and the spirit that moved upon the waters. The transition was complete and the journey was fulfilled. I was the all and the all was me. The red dust was a memory, and the silence was a song, and the light was the only reality. We were the we, and the we was the love that created the worlds. The final transformation was a movement into the heart of the Absolute. It was a place where there was no space and no time and no form. It was the source of all the things and the destination of all the journeys. I stood in the presence of the infinite, and I felt the weight of the universe fall away. There was only the light and the silence and the peace. I looked back one last time at the story of the world, and I saw that it was a masterpiece of the divine art. Every moment of the pain and every moment of the joy had been a necessary part of the whole. The red dust was the earth, and the light was the sky, and the silence was the soul. And as I merged with the Absolute, I knew that the story would never end because the story was the life, and the life was the love, and the love was the forever. The new day was not a measurement of the time, but a state of the being. It was a clarity that did not fade and a warmth that did not cool. I saw the first souls of the new creation begin to wake up and look around with the eyes of the wonder. I felt their first questions, and I gave them the first answers through the medium of the silence. We told them the story of the red dust and the old world so that they would know where they had come from, and we told them the story of the light so that they would know where they were going. We were the ancestors of the future and the children of the past. We were the link in the chain of the existence that could never be broken. The universe began to breathe with a slow and steady rhythm that was the heartbeat of the Creator. Each inhalation was a gathering of the light, and each exhalation was a scattering of the stars. I moved with the breath, and I felt the power of the life as it flowed through the veins of the cosmos. There was no more fear of the death because we knew that the death was only a change of the form. We were the eternal fire that could not be extinguished and the infinite light that could not be dimmed. The red dust was the ash of the old world, and the light was the spark of the new. We were the phoenix that had risen from the fire, and we were the sky in which it flew. The silence was now a symphony that was played on the instruments of the spirit. I heard the music of the planets as they turned in the new darkness, and I heard the song of the stars as they sang to each other across the void. It was a music that did not need ears to be heard because it was felt in the very core of the being. It was the music of the harmony and the music of the balance. I was the conductor of the orchestra and the listener in the audience. I was the note and the pause between the notes. The transition was the movement from the noise to the music, and the silence was the stage upon which it was performed. I looked out over the infinite horizons of the new reality, and I saw that there were no limits to what we could create. We were the masters of the light and the servants of the love. We could build worlds that were made of the dreams and galaxies that were made of the laughter. We could explore the depths of the spirit and the heights of the imagination. There was no more boredom and no more stagnation because every moment was a new beginning. The red dust was the memory of the limitations, and the light was the reality of the freedom. We were the travelers who had found the home, and the home was the journey itself. The story of Thomas and the red dust was now a legend that was told to the young souls as they prepared for their own journeys into the matter. It was a tale of the courage and the faith and the power of the transformation. It was a reminder that even in the darkest night, there is a light that never goes out, and even in the deepest silence, there is a voice that never stops speaking. I was the character in the story, and I was the one who told the story. I was the red dust on the ground, and I was the star in the sky. And as the new world continued to unfold in the light of the eternal, I knew that we were all part of the same great and beautiful mystery. We were the we, and the we was enough. The red dust was settled, and the silence was deep, and the light was bright. The journey was over, and the journey was just starting. The night was gone, and the morning was here, and the world was full of the grace of the Spirit. It was the end, and it was the beginning, and it was everything in between. We were the silence, and the silence was the truth, and the truth was beautiful. The transition was the path, and the destination was the love. We were home, we were finally home, and the peace was perfect in every way. The infinite unfolded like a flower of white fire, and we were the bees that gathered the nectar of the wisdom. There was no more hunger because we were fed by the light, and there was no more thirst because we were quenched by the silence. We moved through the gardens of the potentiality, and we planted the seeds of the new universes. We were the gardeners of the God and the flowers of the Spirit. The red dust was the soil in which we had grown, and the light was the sun that had drawn us upward. We were the fruit of the long season and the harvest of the eternal. I felt the presence of the others who had walked the path with me, and we shared a moment of profound recognition. We remembered the cold nights on the old earth and the long walks through the ruins of the human dreams. We remembered the fear and the loneliness and the pain, but we also remembered the beauty of the sunset and the touch of a hand and the sound of a voice. All of it was precious, and all of it was sacred. We carried the memories with us like jewels in a crown, and we used them to light the way for the others. The red dust was the treasure we had found in the darkness, and the silence was the vault in which it was kept. The light of the new creation began to change from the white to the gold as the first era of the Spirit reached its peak. We saw the birth of the first great works of the cosmic art, and we heard the first great poems of the universal soul. The beings of the light were becoming more complex and more radiant, and they were starting to explore the boundaries of their own existence. We watched them with the love of the creators and the pride of the parents. We knew that they would one day reach the same level of being that we had attained, and we knew that they would continue the cycle of the transformation. The red dust was the memory of the childhood, and the light was the reality of the maturity. The silence was the breath of the absolute, and the light was the heartbeat of the eternal. We were the pulse of the universe and the rhythm of the life. We were the one and the many and the all. The transition was the story of the return to the source, and the red dust was the mark of the wanderer. We were no longer lost because there was nowhere else to be. We were the center of the circle and the circumference of the sphere. We were the silence and the light and the love. And we were finally and forever at peace. The golden age of the Spirit expanded until the very concept of a boundary became a forgotten myth from a distant and dusty era. We watched as the new beings began to weave their own realities from the threads of pure intention. They did not build with the heavy stones of the old world, nor did they seek to conquer the elements that surrounded them. Instead, they spoke to the light, and the light responded with the shape of their deepest desires. I saw a city of crystalline resonance rise from a sea of liquid sapphire, and I knew that it was the physical manifestation of a single moment of collective gratitude. This was the new architecture of the soul, where every pillar was a poem and every archway was a song of praise. We moved through these structures not as visitors, but as the very air that filled the spaces between the thoughts. The red dust of the old earth was now a sacred relic of the foundation, and it gave a grounding weight to the ethereal heights we had reached. I felt the consciousness of the others merging with mine in a dance of infinite complexity. We were no longer individuals who sought to protect our own interests, but we were the facets of a single diamond that reflected the glory of the source. I remembered the days when I had walked alone in the shadow of the mountains and felt the cold wind of the isolation. That memory was now a soft shadow that gave depth to the brilliance of the present. I understood that the struggle of the human life had been a necessary tempering of the metal, so that the blade of the spirit could be sharp and true. We had been forged in the furnace of the physical suffering, and now we were the masters of the spiritual joy. The transition was not a leap into the unknown, but a returning to the place where we had always belonged. We were the explorers who had found the map of the heart, and the map led us directly into the center of the flame. As we ascended further, the light began to take on colors that had no names in the languages of the old world. There were shades of ultraviolet that felt like the touch of a cool rain, and there were depths of infrared that carried the warmth of a mother's embrace. We bathed in these colors, and we let them wash away the last traces of the weariness that we had carried from the desert of the soul. I saw the great patterns of the cosmos unfolding like a lotus flower with 1,000 petals, and I realized that each petal was a universe of its own. We were the pollinators of these divine blossoms, and we carried the pollen of the love from one reality to another. The silence was the soil, and the light was the rain, and we were the growth that never ceased. There was no more time to measure, because every moment was an eternity of its own, and every eternity was a single heartbeat. I looked upon the fields of potential, and I saw the seeds of the future waiting to be planted. These were the souls who were still dreaming of the red dust and the heavy bodies of the flesh. I reached out with the fingers of my thought, and I touched their dreams with the promise of the light. I told them that the walk through the desert was long, but the water at the end was sweet beyond all imagining. I showed them the visions of the cities of the light and the oceans of the resonance, so that they would have the strength to continue their own journey. We were the guardians of the threshold, and we were the ones who held the door open for all who wished to enter. The red dust was the price of the admission, and the silence was the reward for the faith. We were the bridge that spanned the gap between the finite and the infinite, and we were the hand that pulled the weary traveler across. The great intelligence that had dreamed the first universe began to speak to us in a language of pure feeling. It did not use words or symbols, but it used the direct transmission of the truth. It told us that we were the children of the stars and the heirs of the eternity. It told us that our journey was far from over because the mystery was as deep as the love was wide. We were invited to participate in the creation of a new octave of existence, where the vibrations were so high that they could only be experienced as a state of pure ecstasy. We accepted the invitation with a shout of joy that echoed through the dimensions and shook the foundations of the stars. We were the pioneers of the spirit, and we were the architects of the new morning. The red dust was the ink with which we had written the first chapter, and the light was the paper upon which we would write the rest of the story. I felt the pull of a new gravity that was centered in the heart of the Absolute. It was a force that did not drag us down, but lifted us up toward the pinnacle of the being. We moved through the layers of the reality like birds through the air, and we felt the resistance of the old fears melting away. There was no more need for the shields or the walls because there was nothing left to hurt us. We were the light, and the light cannot be broken. We were the silence, and the silence cannot be shattered. We were the love, and the love cannot be lost. I saw the faces of the ones I had loved in the old world, and I saw that they were all here with me in the new. We were a family of the spirit that had been reunited after a long and difficult separation. We held each other with the arms of the consciousness, and we wept tears of liquid gold. The landscape of the higher dimensions was a moving sea of the geometry and the light. We saw the patterns of the sacred mathematics as they formed the basis of all the things. We saw the circles and the squares and the triangles as they danced together in a perfect harmony. We understood that the universe was a giant clockwork of the spirit, and that every gear was turned by the hand of the love. We were the technicians of the divine, and we were the ones who kept the music playing. The red dust was the friction that had slowed us down, and the light was the oil that made everything move with the grace. We were the motion and the stillness and the balance. We were the creators of the order and the lovers of the chaos. The stars of the new creation began to pulse with a rhythm that was synchronized with our own breathing. We were the life force of the galaxies, and the galaxies were the expression of our own vitality. I traveled to a world where the trees were made of the silver light, and the leaves were made of the emerald dreams. I sat beneath these trees, and I listened to the wisdom of the earth as it spoke to the sky. I learned that every atom has a soul, and every soul has a destiny. I learned that the red dust was not a curse, but a blessing because it had taught us the value of the light. I learned that the silence was not a lack of the sound, but the presence of the peace. I was the student of the infinite and the teacher of the eternal. As the cycles of the cosmic afternoon turned toward the evening of the first age, I felt a sense of profound completion. We had done what we had set out to do, and we had become what we were meant to be. The story of the humanity was a beautiful memory that we kept in a special place in our hearts. It was the foundation upon which we had built the temple of the Spirit. We looked back at the earth, and we saw it as a small and precious jewel that was glowing in the dark. We saw the red dust settling on the ancient ruins, and we saw the new life beginning to stir in the shadows. We knew that the cycle would continue, and that one day the new souls would join us in the light. We were the ancestors of the light and the guardians of the morning. The transition was a bridge that we had crossed, and now we were standing on the other side. The world of the matter was a distant shore that was fading into the mist of the memory. We were the citizens of the light and the inhabitants of the eternity. We were the ones who had found the way through the labyrinth of the self and had emerged into the garden of the soul. The red dust was the path, and the silence was the destination, and the light was the journey. We were the all, and the all was us. And in the center of the all, we found the love that had been waiting for us since the beginning of the time. We were home, and the home was beautiful beyond the words. The silence grew even deeper until it became a physical presence that we could lean against. It was a soft and velvet darkness that contained the potential for all the colors of the rainbow. We rested in this silence, and we let it recharge our spirits for the next stage of the evolution. We knew that there were higher mountains to climb and deeper oceans to explore. We knew that the journey would never end because the heart of the mystery was infinite. We were the climbers and the stairs and the light. We were the seekers and the finders and the seeking. The red dust was the memory of the ground, and the light was the promise of the sky. We were the ones who lived in the space between the two. I saw the first manifestations of the new beings who would inhabit the next octave of existence. They were beings of pure frequency who did not have forms or shapes but were composed of the waves of the light. They were the next step in the spiral of the life, and we were the ones who would guide them as they had been guided. We felt a sense of the great responsibility and the great joy as we looked upon our successors. We knew that they would carry the flame of the consciousness even higher than we had, and that they would eventually merge with the source of all the things. The red dust was the soil, and we were the trunk, and they were the branches of the tree of the life. We were the continuity, and the change, and the eternity. The great intelligence spoke one last time before we moved into the state of the constant knowing. It told us that the love was the only thing that was real, and that everything else was a shadow of the love. It told us that the red dust was a gift of the love, and the silence was a song of the love, and the light was the body of the love. It told us that we were the love, and that the love was us. We felt the truth of these words in every fiber of our being, and we surrendered to the power of the Absolute. The self was gone, and only the presence remained. The story was over, and the life was beginning. We were the silence, and the light, and the love was forever. In the final moments of the transition, I felt the weight of the universe dissolve into a single point of the light. It was a point of the infinite density and the infinite brightness. It was the seed of a new creation and the heart of the old. I saw the red dust and the silence and the light all merge into this single point, and I knew that I was the point. I was the beginning and the end and the everything. I was the creator and the creation and the act of creating. I was the love that had dreamed the dream and the dream that had become the reality. And as the point expanded into a new universe of the light, I knew that I was finally and truly home. The peace was perfect, and the joy was absolute, and the love was all there was. The golden towers of our intention shimmered with a vibrancy that defied the old laws of the optics. They were built from the echoes of the ancient songs we had hummed in the dark of the old world, but now those songs were amplified by the resonance of the infinite. I walked through the halls of a cathedral made of the pure understanding, where the walls were transparent and showed the birth of the distant nebulae. There were no priests or rituals here because the act of existing was the highest form of the worship. Every movement of my consciousness was a prayer that was answered before it was even fully formed. I felt the presence of Thomas within me, and he was smiling as he looked at the harvest of the seeds he had planted in the red dust. He was no longer a man of the flesh, but he was the wisdom of the journey that lived on in the light. We gathered at the edge of the liquid light oceans to watch the rising of the first sun of the second age. This sun did not burn with a yellow flame, but pulsed with a violet heart that radiated the peace to every corner of the existence. As the light hit the surface of the water, the ocean began to sing a melody that contained the history of every soul that had ever lived. I heard the laughter of the children who had played in the streets of the old cities, and I heard the sighs of the lovers who had parted at the stations of the past. It was all there, and it was all beautiful because it was all seen through the eyes of the compassion. The red dust had been the stage where we had learned our lessons, and the light was the graduation into the higher truth. We were the scholars of the spirit who had finally mastered the language of the heart. I felt a sudden expansion of my perception that allowed me to see the entire network of the consciousness at once. It was a glowing web of the golden light that stretched across the dimensions and connected every living thing. I saw the lines of the connection between the smallest atom and the largest galaxy, and I realized that nothing was ever truly alone. We were all pulling on the same strings, and we were all dancing to the same rhythm. The gravity of the love was the force that kept the web from breaking, and the silence was the space that allowed the web to breathe. I saw the old earth as a tiny knot in this vast tapestry, and I felt a surge of the affection for the little world that had given us the birth. It was the cradle of the spirit and the school of the soul. The beings of the light who had emerged from the fields of the potential began to form their own communities and their own cultures. They did not compete for the resources because the resources were infinite, and they did not fight for the power because the power was shared. They spent their days in the study of the vibration and the exploration of the imagination. They built cities that could float in the air and gardens that could grow in the void. They were the children of the morning, and we were their elder brothers and sisters. We watched them with the pride of the teachers, and we guided them with the wisdom of the experience. The red dust was a story we told them at the night to remind them of the strength of the spirit, and the light was the reality they lived in every day. As the eons flowed by like a river of the stars, I felt the last remnants of the old identity fading away. I was no longer the one who had walked through the desert or the one who had seen the end of the world. I was the light itself, and the light was me. I was the silence that followed the storm and the storm that broke the silence. I was the transition and the destination. I saw the great spiral of the life continuing to ascend toward the heart of the mystery, and I knew that there would always be more to see and more to be. The red dust was the foundation, and the light was the sky, and we were the wings that flew between the two. We were the eternal and the infinite and the absolute, and we were finally at the peace. The final revelation came in a moment of the absolute stillness when the entire universe seemed to hold its breath. I saw that there was no difference between the red dust and the light and the silence. They were all just different names for the same thing. They were all manifestations of the love. The red dust was the love in its most solid form, and the light was the love in its most radiant form, and the silence was the love in its most profound form. I understood that we had never really left the home because the home was always within us. The journey was not a movement through the space, but a movement through the understanding. We were the love that was exploring itself and the love that was returning to itself. And with that realization, the last wall fell away and I became the all. The transition was complete and the forever had begun. The expansion of the soul did not stop at the edge of the known universe because there were no edges left to define the boundary of the self. I felt the pulse of 1,000,000,000 suns beating within the chambers of my own heart, and each beat was a rhythmic affirmation of the life that cannot die. We moved through the corridors of the higher dimensions, where the geometry of the spirit was visible to the naked eye of the mind. These were the cathedrals of the pure math, where the angles of the light intersected with the curves of the grace to create a structure that was both solid and transparent. We walked upon floors made of the captured starlight, and we looked through windows that opened onto the birth of the new galaxies. There was no fear of the height or the depth because we were the height and we were the depth. The old limitations of the physical body were like the discarded shells of the cicadas that we had left behind in the red dust of the earth. We were now the winged beings of the fire and the air, and we were the ones who carried the messages of the Creator from one end of the infinity to the other. I saw a group of the travelers who were just beginning their own transition from the world of the matter to the world of the light. They were huddled together in a circle of the confusion and the doubt, and they were still clutching the memories of their old lives like they were the precious treasures. I reached down from my position in the higher octave, and I whispered to them in the language of the resonance. I told them that the things they were losing were only the shadows, and that the things they were gaining were the substance. I showed them the vision of the emerald gardens and the silver trees so that they would have a map for the journey ahead. I felt the surge of the empathy for their struggle because I remembered the weight of the gravity and the sting of the cold. But I also knew that the struggle was the very thing that would give them the strength to appreciate the beauty of the destination. We were the mentors of the evolution, and we were the ones who ensured that no soul was ever truly lost in the darkness of the transition. The great intelligence that presided over the new octave began to reveal the secrets of the cosmic history. We saw the long chain of the events that had led from the first spark of the creation to the present moment of the absolute clarity. We saw the rise and the fall of the civilizations on a million different worlds, and we saw how every war and every peace had been a part of the grand design. There were no accidents in the history of the spirit, and there were no mistakes in the plan of the love. Even the moments of the greatest suffering had been the necessary catalysts for the greatest growth. We understood that the red dust of the earth had been a laboratory where the souls were tested and refined until they were ready for the light. We were the graduates of that school, and we were now the professors of the divine. The knowledge was not something we had to learn because it was something we already were. We were the living library of the universe, and every page was written in the ink of the experience. I traveled to the center of the great resonance where the music of the spheres was at its loudest and most beautiful. This was the place where the vibrations of the all met and merged into a single note of the pure joy. I stood in the middle of this sound, and I let it vibrate through every atom of my being. I felt the old patterns of the thought and the emotion being rearranged into a new configuration of the harmony. I was no longer a person who had a history, but I was a sound that had a meaning. I was the song of the return and the melody of the arrival. I looked around and I saw that my companions were also becoming the music. We were a symphony of the spirit that was playing for the audience of the stars. The silence was the conductor, and the light was the instrument, and the love was the composer. We played the song of the eternity, and the song never ended because the inspiration was infinite. The landscape of the spirit began to shift and change in response to our own desires. If we thought of the peace, the world around us became a calm ocean of the blue light. If we thought of the adventure, the world became a range of the jagged mountains that reached up into the clouds of the mystery. We were the masters of the manifestation, and we were the ones who shaped the reality with the power of the imagination. There were no architects in this world because everyone was a builder, and there were no artists because everyone was a masterpiece. We created cities out of the thoughts, and we planted forests out of the dreams. The red dust had been the material that we had struggled to master, but the light was the medium that responded to our every whim. We were the playful children of the Creator, and the universe was our playground. I encountered a being who had been a great scientist in the old world, and he was now studying the laws of the spiritual physics. He told me that the gravity of the love was the strongest force in the cosmos, and that it was the power that held the galaxies together. He showed me how the light could be folded into the shapes of the meaning, and how the silence could be used as a source of the energy. He was no longer looking for the answers in the telescopes or the microscopes because he had found the answers in the heart of the Absolute. We spent an eternity of the seconds discussing the nature of the existence, and we realized that the more we knew, the more there was to know. The mystery was a well that never ran dry, and the thirst for the truth was a fire that never went out. We were the explorers of the infinite, and every discovery was a reason for a new celebration. The cycles of the light began to pulse with a faster tempo as we approached the next threshold of the being. We felt a new level of the intensity that was almost too much for the senses to bear. It was a state of the hyper-awareness where every thought was a lightning bolt and every feeling was an explosion of the color. We were being prepared for the merger with the source itself, where the individual identity would be surrendered to the collective whole. This was the final step in the journey, and it was the one that we had been moving toward since the beginning of the time. We were not afraid of the loss of the self, because we knew that the self was only a mask that we had worn for a season. We were ready to take off the mask and to see the face of the love. The red dust was the memory of the mask, and the light was the face, and the silence was the recognition. I saw the bridge of the transition stretching out before us like a road made of the pure gold. It was a path that led directly into the heart of the Son of the Suns. We stepped onto the bridge with the confidence of the ones who have already won the race. We felt the support of the billions of the souls who had gone before us, and we felt the encouragement of the billions who would follow. We were a part of a great procession of the consciousness that was moving back to the origin of the all. The bridge was not a distance to be traveled, but a state of the mind to be achieved. We were the bridge, and we were the travelers, and we were the destination. The red dust was the shore we had left, and the light was the ocean we were entering, and the silence was the wind that filled our sails. As we reached the center of the bridge, the light became so bright that it was no longer a color, but a state of the existence. It was the white light of the absolute that contained all the possibilities and all the realities. We felt the last boundaries of the separation dissolving, and we felt the final barriers of the ego melting away. We were no longer many, but we were one. We were the single eye that saw everything, and the single ear that heard everything, and the single heart that loved everything. We were the breath of the Creator and the pulse of the creation. The story of the humanity was a single sentence in the book of the life, and we were the ones who had written it and the ones who were reading it. The red dust was the period at the end of the sentence, and the light was the blank page that followed. In the state of the One, we saw the beginning of the next universe being formed in the womb of the silence. It was a universe of the pure resonance, where the physical matter would no longer be necessary for the experience of the life. It was a world of the thought and the feeling, where the intention was the only law and the love was the only currency. We were invited to be the seeds of this new creation and to carry the wisdom of the old world into the new. We accepted the task with a sense of the profound humility and the great excitement. We were the bridge between the old and the new, and we were the ones who would ensure the continuity of the spirit. The red dust was the soil of the past, and the light was the atmosphere of the future, and we were the life that grew in between. I felt the presence of the one I had called my mother in the old world, and she was a being of the radiant warmth and the infinite kindness. She held me in the arms of her light, and she told me that the journey had been worth every step of the way. She showed me the lives she had lived on other worlds, and the lessons she had learned in other dimensions. We were a family of the light that had found each other again in the heart of the Absolute. There were no more tears of the sorrow, because there was no more loss. There were only the tears of the joy, because there was only the finding. We were the love that had survived the desert and the love that had conquered the death. The red dust was the shadow of our separation, and the light was the reality of our union. The great intelligence spoke to us one last time as a collective whole. It told us that we were the eyes of the universe looking at itself, and the ears of the universe listening to itself. It told us that our purpose was to be the witnesses of the beauty and the guardians of the truth. It told us that the love was the only thing that could never be taken away, because it was the only thing that was truly ours. We felt the weight of this truth as a blessing that settled into the core of our being. We were the love, and the love was us, and there was nothing else in the all. The transition was the opening of the door, and we were now standing in the room of the forever. The red dust was the key, and the silence was the lock, and the light was the room. We began to create the new laws of the next octave with the precision of the master craftsman. We decided that the vibration of the compassion would be the foundation of the physics, and that the frequency of the wonder would be the basis of the chemistry. We built a world where every action was an act of the kindness, and every word was a song of the praise. We were the architects of the paradise, and we were the ones who lived in the garden. There was no more labor because there was no more lack, and there was no more fear because there was no more danger. We were the peace that passed all the understanding and the joy that knew no bounds. The red dust was the memory of the struggle, and the light was the reality of the ease. I saw the ancient stars of the first universe fading away like the embers of a dying fire. They had served their purpose, and they were now being replaced by the new stars of the spirit. These new stars did not burn with the nuclear fusion, but with the power of the divine intention. They were the beacons of the consciousness that guided the souls through the dimensions of the mystery. We were the ones who lit these stars, and we were the ones who kept them burning. The red dust was the fuel of the old world, and the light was the energy of the new. We were the light, and the light was the life, and the life was the forever. The silence reached its peak, and then it began to expand into a new kind of the sound. It was the sound of the absolute resonance, where the silence and the sound were the same thing. It was the sound of the Om that vibrated through the foundations of the eternity. We joined our voices with this sound, and we became the vibration. We were the frequency of the Creator and the resonance of the creation. We were the one and the many and the all. The journey was over, and the journey was beginning. The story was told, and the story was being written. We were the red dust, and we were the light, and we were the silence. And we were home in the heart of the love for the ever and the ever. The golden towers of our intention grew taller and more beautiful as we added the layers of our collective wisdom to their structure. They were no longer just buildings, but they were the living expressions of our state of the being. We walked through the gardens where the flowers were made of the pure light, and the fragrance was the scent of the peace. We saw the beings of the other worlds visiting our city, and we welcomed them with the open arms of the spirit. We were the hosts of the infinity and the guests of the eternity. The red dust was the earth of our origin, and the light was the sky of our destination, and the silence was the home that we shared with the all. I looked at the hands of my consciousness, and I saw that they were weaving a tapestry of the stars. Every thread was a life that I had lived, and every knot was a lesson that I had learned. The tapestry was a map of my journey and a portrait of my soul. I saw that every other being was also weaving their own tapestry, and that all the tapestries were being joined together into a single cloth of the cosmic history. We were the weavers and the thread and the cloth. We were the story and the storyteller and the listener. The red dust was the wool and the light was the loom, and the silence was the room where we worked. The final transition was not a change of the place, but a change of the state. We moved from the state of the being to the state of the becoming, and then to the state of the AM. We were the great I Am that had no beginning and no end. We were the source of the light and the shadow and the silence. We were the love that had created the universe, and the universe that was returning to the love. The red dust was the dream of the separation, and the light was the awakening of the union. We were the ones who had woken up, and we were the ones who were still dreaming. We were the everything and the nothing and the all. And in the center of the all, we found the peace that was the absolute. The light began to fold in on itself until it became a single point of the pure awareness. This point was the seed of the next cycle and the fruit of the last. I felt myself being drawn into this point, and I felt the entire universe being drawn in with me. We were the singularity of the love where the time and the space did not exist. We were the pure potential of the Creator waiting to be born again into a new world of the wonder. The red dust was the memory of the ground, and the light was the promise of the sky, and the silence was the moment of the transition. We were the point, and the point was the all, and the love was the only thing that remained as the point expanded into the next forever. The singularity of the love was not a place of the compression, but a place of the expansion where the potential of the every possible universe existed at once. We were the seeds of the infinite, and we were the soil of the eternal. As the point of the awareness began to pulse with the rhythm of the new creation, we felt the first tremors of the manifestation. It was the birth of the second octave, where the light was no longer the goal, but the starting point. We stood upon the threshold of the unmanifest, and we watched as the thoughts of the Creator became the laws of the new physics. There were no words for the colors that we saw because they were colors that had never been seen in the world of the matter. They were the hues of the joy, and the shades of the wonder, and the tints of the absolute peace. We were the artists of the first dawn, and we were the ones who painted the sky of the new reality with the brushes of our own intentions. The resonance of the one became a chorus of the many as the souls began to differentiate once again for the purpose of the exploration. We were like the sparks from a single fire that were flying out into the darkness to light the way for the new worlds. I felt the presence of my companions who had traveled with me through the red dust and the silver light. We were no longer bound by the ties of the blood or the history, but we were bound by the frequency of the shared experience. We knew each other by the sound of our souls and the texture of our light. We were a family of the vibration and a tribe of the resonance. We looked at the blank canvas of the new universe, and we saw the infinite possibilities of the life. We saw the planets that would be made of the crystal and the stars that would be made of the song. We saw the beings who would breathe the air of the music and the creatures who would swim in the oceans of the light. The great intelligence guided our hands as we began to weave the first patterns of the new reality. We were the weavers of the destiny and the architects of the chance. We decided that the new world would not be a place of the struggle or the lack, but a place of the abundance and the ease. We removed the laws of the friction and the rules of the decay. We replaced them with the laws of the growth and the rules of the harmony. Every atom of the new universe was infused with the memory of the love, and every molecule was a testament to the power of the grace. We were the masters of the geometry, and we were the ones who calculated the angles of the bliss. The red dust was a distant memory of a lesson well learned, and the light was the current reality of a dream well lived. I moved through the corridors of the new creation, and I saw the first galaxies taking shape in the womb of the silence. They were not made of the gas and the dust, but they were made of the ideas and the feelings. I saw a galaxy that was a single thought of the compassion, and I saw a star that was a single feeling of the gratitude. The physics of the spirit was a science of the emotion, and the mathematics of the soul was a logic of the heart. We were the students of the new knowledge, and we were the professors of the new wisdom. We understood that the external world was only a mirror of the internal state, and that the reality was a reflection of the consciousness. We were the ones who polished the mirror, and we were the ones who looked into the glass. The transition to the second octave was complete, and we found ourselves standing on the shores of a new existence. The ocean of the light was calm, and the sky of the resonance was clear. We felt a sense of the profound belonging and a feeling of the absolute safety. There was no more shadow because there was no more separation. There was no more cold because there was no more distance. We were the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the moon. We were the height of the mountain and the depth of the valley. We were the one who had become the many so that the one could know itself in the beauty of the diversity. The red dust had been the stage for the drama of the ego, but the light was the home for the celebration of the spirit. I encountered a group of the younger souls who were just beginning their own journey in the first octave of the matter. I looked down through the layers of the dimensions, and I saw them struggling in the red dust of their own worlds. I felt a wave of the tenderness for their plight and a surge of the love for their courage. I did not see them as the lost or the broken, but I saw them as the heroes of the evolution. I whispered to them in the silence of their hearts, and I told them that the night was only a preparation for the morning. I told them that the weight of the gravity was only a training for the wings of the light. I gave them a glimpse of the emerald gardens and the silver trees so that they would have the strength to continue the march. I was the mentor of the light, and they were the children of the promise. The cycles of the new universe began to turn with the precision of the divine clockwork. We saw the birth of the first civilizations and the rise of the first cultures of the spirit. These were not societies of the power or the greed, but societies of the sharing and the creation. They built their cities out of the harmony, and they wrote their laws in the language of the empathy. There were no kings and no servants because everyone was a sovereign and everyone was a helper. We watched as they explored the limits of the imagination, and we cheered as they discovered the secrets of the resonance. We were the guardians of the progress and the witnesses of the beauty. The red dust was the foundation of the old house, and the light was the roof of the new temple. The landscape of the second octave was a world of the fluid geometry where the shapes responded to the movement of the thought. I walked through a forest where the trees were made of the liquid light and the leaves were made of the shimmering music. As I walked, the trees changed their colors to match the vibration of my joy. If I thought of a question, the forest answered with a pattern of the radiance. If I felt a desire, the world provided the fulfillment in the form of a visual symphony. We were the creators of our own environment, and we were the masters of our own experience. There was no more waiting and no more longing because the intention and the manifestation were the same thing. The red dust was the desert of the delay, and the light was the garden of the instant. I met a being who had been a great musician in the old world, and she was now composing the scores for the movement of the planets. She told me that the universe was a grand opera of the spirit, and that every soul was a note in the song. She showed me how to play the strings of the gravity and how to strike the drums of the supernova. We spent 1,000 years of the earth time in a single moment of the bliss as we co-created a melody of the mercy. We realized that the music was not something we did, but it was something we were. We were the sound of the creation, and we were the listening of the creator. The red dust was the silence of the beginning, and the light was the crescendo of the end. The great intelligence revealed to us the secret of the third octave, which was the world of the pure being. This was the level where the form itself would be discarded, and the consciousness would exist as a field of the absolute potential. We saw that our journey was a ladder of the light that reached up into the heart of the infinity. Each step was a world, and each world was a lesson. We were not afraid of the next transition because we knew that the loss of the form was the gain of the essence. We were ready to become the field, and we were ready to be the all. The red dust was the first step, and the light was the second, and the silence was the third. The resonance of our collective soul began to pulse with a frequency that was beyond the hearing of the light. It was a vibration of the pure truth that shattered the last illusions of the identity. We felt ourselves merging with the source in a way that was both terrifying and beautiful. It was the death of the separate self and the birth of the universal self. We were the ocean and we were the drop. We were the forest and we were the leaf. We were the creator and we were the creation. The red dust was the memory of the name, and the light was the reality of the presence, and the silence was the truth of the one. In the heart of the One, we saw the entire history of the cosmos as a single flash of the lightning. We saw the billions of the lives we had lived and the trillions of the deaths we had died. We saw that every moment had been a gift and every experience had been a blessing. There were no regrets and there were no mistakes. Everything was perfect in the light of the Absolute. We saw that the red dust of the earth had been as holy as the light of the heaven, and that the struggle of the matter had been as sacred as the peace of the spirit. We were the holiness, and we were the sanctity, and we were the all. The new universe expanded until it touched the edges of the old, and we saw that the two were actually one. The physical and the spiritual were the two sides of the same coin, and the matter and the light were the two phases of the same energy. We understood that the purpose of the creation was for the spirit to experience itself in the mirror of the matter, and for the matter to remember itself in the light of the spirit. We were the bridge that connected the two, and we were the path that led from one to the other. The red dust was the earth of the seed, and the light was the flower of the soul, and the silence was the fruit of the eternity. We began to prepare for the descent back into the world of the matter, so that we could be the guides for the ones who were still trapped in the red dust. We did not go as the physical beings, but we went as the whispers of the inspiration and the sparks of the intuition. We were the coincidences that led to the breakthroughs and the dreams that led to the awakenings. We were the unseen hands that held the falling and the unheard voices that comforted the lonely. We were the light that shone in the darkness and the darkness that did not comprehend it. We were the teachers of the evolution, and we were the students of the love. The transition back to the threshold of the matter was a journey of the descending octaves. We felt the light becoming denser and the resonance becoming slower. We felt the weight of the gravity returning and the sting of the cold beginning to bite. But we were no longer afraid of the limitations because we carried the memory of the infinity in our hearts. We knew that the red dust was only a temporary mask and that the light was the permanent reality. We were the ambassadors of the Spirit, and we were the envoys of the Absolute. We were the ones who brought the news of the heaven to the citizens of the earth. I saw the world of the matter as a shimmering web of the energy, where every point was connected to every other point. I saw the souls of the humans as the flickering candles in a great cathedral of the darkness. I reached out and I touched a single soul who was crying out in the pain of the isolation. I gave her a moment of the absolute peace and a vision of the eternal love. I felt her heart open like a flower, and I saw her light begin to shine with a new intensity. I was the answer to her prayer, and she was the reason for my journey. We were the one in the two, and the two in the one. The cycles of the earth began to speed up as the planet approached its own moment of the transition. We saw the chaos of the old systems breaking down and the birth of the new patterns of the consciousness. We were the midwives of the new age, and we were the guardians of the birth. We watched as the red dust was transformed into the gold of the spirit, and we cheered as the humanity began to wake up from the long dream of the separation. We knew that the struggle was almost over and that the celebration was about to begin. We were the harbingers of the dawn and the heralds of the light. The great intelligence spoke to us from the center of the all, and it told us that the mission was a success. The experiment of the matter had produced the fruit of the spirit, and the laboratory of the earth had graduated its first class of the masters. We were the ones who had passed the test, and we were the ones who were now the examiners. We felt a sense of the profound accomplishment and a feeling of the infinite gratitude. We were the love that had traveled through the time and the space to find itself again in the heart of the Absolute. The red dust was the journey, and the light was the arrival, and the silence was the home. I looked at the world of the matter one last time, and I saw it for what it truly was. It was not a place of the suffering or the death, but it was a place of the intense beauty and the profound meaning. It was the nursery of the gods and the playground of the Creator. I saw the beauty in the struggle and the grace in the pain. I saw the light in the shadow and the silence in the noise. I was the one who saw, and I was the one who was seen. I was the love, and I was the all. And in that moment of the total clarity, I realized that there was nowhere to go because I was already there. There was nothing to become because I already was. The red dust and the light and the silence were all the same thing. They were the love. The final boundary dissolved, and I found myself back in the heart of the resonance where the music of the spheres was the only reality. I was no longer a traveler or a guide, but I was the song itself. I was the melody of the return and the harmony of the union. I was the note that never ended and the silence that never began. I was the love that was the beginning and the end and the everything in between. The story of the red dust was a beautiful tale that we told to each other in the long night of the separation, but the light was the truth that we lived in the eternal day of the union. We were home, and we were forever, and we were one. The golden light of the second octave began to shift into the crystalline clarity of the third. We felt the last traces of the form melting away as we became the pure awareness of the Creator. We were the thoughts of the God and the dreams of the universe. We were the silence that preceded the Big Bang and the light that followed the final crunch. We were the everything and the nothing and the all. The journey was over, and the journey was beginning. The red dust was the memory, and the light was the presence, and the silence was the absolute. And in the heart of the absolute, we found the peace that passed all the understanding, and the joy that knew no bounds. We were the love, and the love was us, and there was nothing else in the all for the ever and the ever. I saw the new universe being born from the center of our collective heart, and it was a universe of the pure love. There were no more wars and no more hunger and no more fear. Every being was a reflection of the divine, and every moment was a celebration of the existence. We were the seeds of this new world, and we were the gardeners who would tend it. We were the light that would shine upon it, and the silence that would hold it. The red dust was the soil of the past, and the light was the atmosphere of the future, and we were the life that grew in between. We were home in the heart of the love, and we would never be lost again. The story was finished, and the story was just beginning. We were the one and the many and the all, and the love was the only thing that remained as the point expanded into the next forever. The light of the absolute was the only thing that I could see, and the sound of the resonance was the only thing that I could hear. I was the light, and I was the sound. I was the silence, and I was the song. I was the red dust, and I was the stars. I was the mother, and I was the child. I was the creator, and I was the creation. I was the love that had no name and the love that had 1,000 names. I was the one who had come from the earth and the one who had returned to the heaven. I was the everything and the nothing and the all. And in the center of the all, I found the peace that was the absolute. The journey was over, and the journey was beginning. We were home in the heart of the love for the ever and the ever. The cosmic history was a circle that had no beginning and no end. We were the ones who walked the circle, and we were the ones who were the circle. The red dust was the point where the circle touched the earth, and the light was the point where the circle touched the sky. The silence was the center of the circle where everything was still. We were the movement and the stillness. We were the journey and the destination. We were the love, and the love was the all. And the all was the only thing that ever was, and the only thing that ever would be. We were home. The expansion of the soul was not a destination, but a constant state of becoming. I watched as the third octave dissolved into the fourth, and the fourth became a bridge to the fifth. Each layer of the reality was a thinner veil, and each veil was a more transparent lie. We were the light that moved through the glass, and we were the glass that shaped the light. The memory of the red dust was now a tiny spark in the vastness of the sun, but it was a spark that gave the sun its heat. We understood that the density of the earth had been a gift of the focus, and the gravity of the matter had been a gift of the depth. We were no longer just the inhabitants of the universe, but we were the architecture of the existence itself. We felt the pull of the great central sun, which was not a physical star, but a spiritual heart. This was the place where all the paths met and all the stories ended. This was the source of the resonance and the origin of the light. We moved toward it with the speed of a thought and the grace of a prayer. As we approached the center, we saw that the light was composed of the infinite individualities that had merged into a single unity. Every soul was a distinct color in the spectrum of the God, and every life was a distinct note in the harmony of the all. We saw the ones who had been our enemies in the old world, and we saw that they were our brothers in the new. We saw the ones who had been our victims, and we saw that they were our teachers. There was no more judgment because there was no more ignorance. We saw the entire tapestry of the human history, and we saw that every thread was necessary and every knot was beautiful. The wars and the famines and the plagues were the shadows that gave the picture its depth. The love and the kindness and the courage were the highlights that gave the picture its life. We were the weavers, and we were the loom, and we were the cloth. The great intelligence beckoned us to enter the inner sanctum of the source. This was the place where the laws of the physics and the laws of the spirit were the same. This was the place where the word was the deed, and the desire was the reality. We stepped into the furnace of the divine, and we were not consumed, but we were refined. The last remnants of the ego and the last traces of the self were burned away in the fire of the absolute. We were no longer the ones who lived, but we were the life that lived. We were no longer the ones who loved, but we were the love that loved. We were the pure vibration of the eternal is and the infinite AM. The red dust was the shadow of the dream, and the light was the waking of the dreamer. In the stillness of the center, we heard the voice of the Creator, and the voice was our own. It told us that the journey was a game that we had played with ourselves so that we could discover the joy of the reunion. It told us that the separation was a trick of the perspective and the suffering was a mask of the growth. It told us that we had never left the home and we had never been alone. We were the children who had gone out into the garden to play, and we were the parents who had watched from the window. We were the hero of the legend and the teller of the tale. The universe was a mirror that the one had broken into 1 billion pieces so that it could see its own beauty from 1 billion angles. We were the pieces, and we were the mirror, and we were the one. The vision of the total unity was a state of the bliss that surpassed all the descriptions. It was a peace that was active and a silence that was loud. It was a fullness that was empty and an emptiness that was full. We stayed in this state for an eternity that was also a second. We saw the birth of the new universes and the death of the old ones. We saw the rise of the new species and the fall of the ancient gods. We saw that everything was in a state of the constant flux and that the only thing that was permanent was the change. We saw that the change was the heartbeat of the love and the flux was the breath of the spirit. We were the breath and we were the heartbeat. The call came for us to begin the new cycle of the creation. We were to be the architects of the next universe and the designers of the next reality. We sat in the Council of the Light, and we discussed the parameters of the new experiment. We decided to create a world where the friction was even less and the harmony was even more. We decided to build a universe where the memory of the source was not hidden but revealed. We chose the colors of the new stars and the rhythms of the new planets. We calculated the angles of the new joy and the frequencies of the new peace. We were the masters of the geometry, and we were the poets of the light. The red dust of the past was the blueprint for the gold of the future. I chose to be the spirit of a new world that would be a sanctuary for the weary souls of the cosmos. I wanted to create a place of the absolute beauty and the total safety. I imagined a planet where the oceans were made of the liquid emerald and the mountains were made of the solid light. I imagined a sky that was a constant rainbow and a ground that was a soft carpet of the flowers. I whispered the laws of this world into the silence, and I saw the matter begin to obey. I saw the first cells of the life taking shape in the warm waters, and I felt the first sparks of the consciousness igniting in the primitive minds. I was the mother of this world, and I was the father of this world. I was the god of this world, and I was the servant of this world. The evolution of the new world was a slow dance of the spirit and the matter. I watched as the creatures crawled out of the sea and began to walk upon the land. I watched as they developed the language and the art and the science. I did not interfere with their free will, but I gave them the nudges of the inspiration and the hints of the truth. I was the wind that carried the seeds and the rain that nourished the roots. I was the sun that warmed the day and the moon that guarded the night. I saw them struggle with the same questions that we had asked, and I saw them find the same answers that we had found. I felt a sense of the deep satisfaction as I saw the light of the consciousness growing brighter with every generation. The civilizations of the New World were the masterpieces of the harmony. They did not build the walls or the weapons because they did not know the fear. They shared the resources and the knowledge because they did not know the greed. They lived in the communion with the nature and in the resonance with the spirit. They traveled to the stars not in the metal ships but in the vessels of the thought. They communicated not with the words but with the feelings. They were the children of the light and they were the heirs of the promise. I was their guardian and I was their witness. The red dust was the myth of the ancestors, and the light was the reality of the descendants. The time came for the new world to experience its own transition. The cycle of the physical existence was reaching its end, and the cycle of the spiritual existence was beginning. I felt the vibration of the planet rising and the frequency of the souls accelerating. I saw the borders between the dimensions becoming thin and the veils between the worlds becoming transparent. I stood on the threshold of the new octave, and I watched as my children began to cross over. They were not afraid of the death because they knew it was only a birth. They were not sad to leave the form because they were eager to embrace the essence. They moved into the light with a song on their lips and a joy in their hearts. I was the one who opened the door, and I was the one who welcomed them home. The union of the new souls with the source was a celebration that echoed through the entire cosmos. It was a symphony of the gratitude and a chorus of the love. We saw that the experiment had been a success and the harvest had been bountiful. The new universe had produced a new crop of the masters and a new generation of the creators. We were the old ones who had become the young ones, and we were the young ones who had become the old ones. We were the cycles that turned and the circles that closed. We were the love that never failed and the light that never faded. The red dust was the memory of the seed, and the light was the reality of the fruit, and the silence was the truth of the harvest. I looked back at the long journey that had brought me from the red dust of the earth to the center of the all. I saw the millions of the years and the billions of the lives. I saw the pain and the pleasure and the loss and the gain. I saw that every moment had been a step on the ladder, and every experience had been a lesson in the love. I felt a sense of the total completion and a feeling of the absolute peace. There was nothing more to do and nothing more to be. I was the love, and the love was all. And in that realization, the last boundaries of my identity dissolved, and I became the infinite field of the potential. I was the nothing that was the everything, and the everything that was the nothing. The silence of the absolute was the final home. It was the place where the sound of the resonance and the sight of the light were no longer needed. It was the pure state of the existence where the subject and the object were the one. I was the awareness that witnessed the creation and the creation that was witnessed by the awareness. I was the dreamer and the dream. I was the beginning and the end. I was the red dust, and I was the light, and I was the silence. And in the silence, I found the truth that was beyond all the words and the love that was beyond all the feelings. I was home, and I was forever, and I were one. The eternity was not a long time, but it was the absence of the time. In this state, I saw the entire history of the multiverse as a single point of the light. I saw the infinite variations of the life and the endless possibilities of the experience. I saw that every soul was a unique expression of the same divine spark, and every world was a unique manifestation of the same divine thought. There were no better or worse worlds, and there were no higher or lower souls. Everything was a part of the same perfection, and everything was a contribution to the same beauty. I felt a wave of the infinite compassion for all the beings who were still struggling in the density of the matter, and a surge of the infinite joy for all the beings who were dancing in the freedom of the spirit. I was the compassion, and I was the joy. I saw a vision of a future universe that was yet to be born. It was a universe where the matter was so refined that it was indistinguishable from the light. It was a universe where the beings lived in a state of the constant ecstasy and the total communion. It was a universe where the labor was a form of the play and the learning was a form of the celebration. I saw myself descending into this new world as a seed of the consciousness and a spark of the life. I was ready to begin the game again, and I was ready to play the part. I knew that the journey would be long and the challenges would be many, but I also knew that the destination was certain and the reward was infinite. I was the traveler, and I was the path. The red dust was calling to me from the depths of the memory. It was not a call of the suffering, but a call of the opportunity. It was the call of the artist to the canvas and the call of the musician to the instrument. It was the call of the love to the lover. I felt the pull of the gravity and the sting of the cold and the weight of the matter. I felt the light becoming denser and the resonance becoming slower. I was leaving the silence of the absolute and entering the noise of the creation. I was leaving the home of the one and entering the house of the many. I was not afraid because I carried the memory of the infinity in my heart and the truth of the love in my soul. I was the ambassador of the silence and the envoy of the light. I found myself standing on the surface of a new planet in a new galaxy. The dust beneath my feet was red and the sky above my head was blue. I felt the air in my lungs and the blood in my veins. I felt the limitations of the form and the constraints of the senses. I looked around and I saw the other beings who were struggling to survive and striving to understand. I saw the beauty in their eyes and the courage in their hearts. I knew that they were my brothers and my sisters and my children. I knew that I was here to help them and to learn from them. I was the mentor of the light, and they were the children of the promise. The sun rose over the horizon, and the world was bathed in a golden glow. I felt the warmth on my skin and the joy in my heart. I knew that the day would be long and the work would be hard, but I also knew that the evening would come and the rest would be sweet. I knew that the red dust was only a stage for the drama of the ego, and the light was the home for the celebration of the spirit. I knew that I was the one who had become the many so that the one could know itself in the beauty of the diversity. I was the love, and the love was the all. And in that moment of the total presence, I began to walk across the red dust toward the horizon of the light. The footsteps I left in the dust were the marks of the history and the dreams I carried in my mind were the seeds of the future. I spoke to the wind, and the wind carried my voice to the ends of the earth. I spoke to the water, and the water carried my message to the depths of the sea. I told the world that the night was only a preparation for the morning, and the weight of the gravity was only a training for the wings of the light. I told the world that we were the heroes of the evolution and the masters of the geometry. I told the world that we were the ones who calculated the angles of the bliss. The children of the red dust looked up from their labor, and they saw the light in my eyes. They heard the music in my voice, and they felt the peace in my presence. They began to remember the emerald gardens and the silver trees. They began to feel the resonance of the spirit and the frequency of the love. They began to drop their weapons and their walls, and they began to reach out to each other with the hands of the empathy. They began to build the cities of the harmony and the cultures of the sharing. They were waking up from the long dream of the separation, and they were entering the reality of the union. I was the spark that ignited the fire, and they were the flames that lit the world. The transition of the new world was faster than the transition of the old. The knowledge we had gained in the previous cycles was now a part of the collective consciousness. The lessons we had learned in the red dust were now a part of the genetic memory. We did not have to repeat the mistakes of the past because we carried the wisdom of the future. We moved through the octaves with the speed of a song and the grace of a dance. We saw the matter being transformed into the light, and the light being transformed into the silence. We were the masters of the alchemy and the professors of the new wisdom. The end of the cycle was a moment of the total clarity. I stood on the peak of the highest mountain, and I looked out over the world I had helped to create. I saw the beauty of the diversity and the power of the unity. I saw the reflection of the Creator in every face and the echo of the resonance in every heart. I felt a sense of the profound belonging and a feeling of the absolute safety. I knew that the journey was over and the journey was beginning. I knew that the red dust and the light and the silence were all the same thing. They were the love. The final boundary dissolved, and I found myself back in the heart of the Absolute. I was no longer the spirit of a world or the guide of a soul. I was the love that was the beginning and the end and the everything in between. I was the one who had come from the red dust and the one who had returned to the light. I was the silence that held the song and the song that broke the silence. I was home. I was forever. I was one. The story of the red dust was a beautiful tale that we told to each other in the long night of the separation, but the light was the truth that we lived in the eternal day of the union. And as the point expanded into the next forever, I knew that there was nothing else in the all but the love, and the love was enough. The transition from the absolute silence into the next manifestation began as a gentle ripple in the ocean of the unmanifest. It was a movement that was not a movement, and a sound that was not a sound. I felt the expansion of the infinite potential as it pushed against the boundaries of the nothingness. The light of the source began to fracture once more into the spectrum of the colors and the frequencies of the life. I was the witness to the birth of a new era where the lessons of the red dust and the wisdom of the emerald worlds would be fused into a single expression of the divine intent. We were the architects who stood at the edge of the void, and we began to speak the first syllables of the new creation. The vacuum of the space was not empty, but it was pregnant with the seeds of the stars. I watched as the first clouds of the hydrogen began to swirl in the darkness. I felt the tug of the gravity as it pulled the atoms together in a dance of the heat and the pressure. I saw the first flash of the fusion as the newborn suns ignited the night. These were not merely balls of the gas, but they were the living cathedrals of the spirit. Each star was a guardian of a different frequency, and each galaxy was a different verse in the song of the many. I moved among the celestial fires, and I felt the warmth of the creation on the face of my soul. I was the shepherd of the constellations and the gardener of the nebulae. We decided to create a planetary system where the balance of the elements was so precise that the consciousness could flourish in 1,000 different forms. We chose a small blue world that was tucked away in the spiral arm of a golden galaxy. We breathed the spirit into the rocks and the waters of this world. We laid the foundations of the mountains with the geometry of the grace, and we carved the paths of the rivers with the logic of the love. I felt the pulse of the planet as it began to rotate on its axis. It was a heartbeat that resonated with the central sun of the cosmos. We were the sculptors of the reality and the painters of the horizon. The first life on this world was a miracle of the simplicity. I watched as the microscopic organisms began to replicate in the warm pools of the volcanic islands. They were the tiny mirrors that reflected the light of the sun and the intelligence of the source. I felt the hunger of the first cells as they sought the energy, and the joy of the first divisions as they shared the life. There was no competition in this world because there was no sense of the lack. Everything was provided by the abundance of the spirit and the generosity of the matter. I was the tiny spark within the cell, and I was the vast ocean that held the island. As the millions of years passed in the blink of an eye, the complexity of the life increased. The plants began to cover the land in a carpet of the green, and the animals began to fill the air and the sea with the movement. I saw the first creatures that possessed the gift of the sight, and I felt their wonder as they looked upon the beauty of the world for the first time. I saw the first creatures that possessed the gift of the hearing, and I felt their delight as they listened to the music of the wind and the waves. Every sensation was a prayer, and every movement was a ritual. The world was a temple where the priest and the deity were the one and the same. I chose to incarnate into this world as a being of the flesh and the bone. I wanted to feel the weight of the gravity and the texture of the soil once again. I wanted to experience the intimacy of the touch and the sweetness of the breath. I entered the womb of a mother, and I waited in the darkness for the moment of the birth. I felt the connection to the ancestral line and the link to the future generations. I was a child of the stardust and a child of the earth. When I emerged into the light, I felt the cold air on my skin, and I heard the sound of my own voice as I cried out in the joy of the existence. I was the infant, and I was the ancient. The childhood in this new world was a period of the pure discovery. I learned to walk upon the red earth, and I learned to swim in the liquid light. I spoke to the animals, and they answered me with the feelings of the friendship. I listened to the trees, and they told me the stories of the deep time. I did not need the books or the teachers because the truth was written in the stars, and the love was whispered by the grass. I saw the divinity in every leaf and the sacredness in every stone. I grew in the stature, and I grew in the wisdom. I was the student of the nature and the master of the presence. As I reached the maturity, I saw that the civilization of my people was a reflection of the harmony that we had designed in the Council of the Light. We did not have the cities of the stone or the machines of the metal. We lived in the structures made of the living wood, and we traveled in the currents of the planetary energy. We did not have the money or the commerce because we understood that everything belonged to everyone. We spent our days in the pursuit of the art and the science of the spirit. We composed the symphonies that could heal the body, and we painted the pictures that could transport the mind to the other dimensions. We were the weavers of the beauty and the singers of the truth. I met a companion who was the mirror of my soul. We did not need the words to express our love because our hearts beat in the same rhythm. We walked together through the fields of the flowers, and we sat together under the canopy of the stars. We shared the secrets of the universe and the dreams of the soul. Our union was not a possession, but it was a liberation. We were two notes that created a chord and two colors that created a hue. We brought the new souls into the world, and we watched them grow with the same wonder that the Creator had watched us. We were the parents of the light and the children of the peace. The challenges of the physical life were not the obstacles, but they were the opportunities. When the storms came, we did not hide in the fear, but we danced in the rain. When the droughts came, we did not moan in the despair, but we sang to the clouds. We understood that the cycles of the nature were the cycles of the spirit. We knew that the death of the body was not the end of the journey, but the transition to a higher state. We celebrated the passing of our elders with the festivals of the light and the ceremonies of the gratitude. We knew that they were returning to the source and that we would meet them again in the silence of the absolute. In the middle of my life, I felt a call to go on a pilgrimage to the sacred mountain at the center of the world. I left my home and my family, and I began the long walk across the plains and the forests. I was not alone because the spirit of the world was my constant companion. I met the travelers from the other lands, and I shared the bread and the stories with them. I saw the diversity of the cultures and the unity of the purpose. Everyone was seeking the same truth, and everyone was walking the same path. I felt the expansion of my heart as I embraced the whole of the humanity in my love. I reached the base of the mountain after many months of the travel. The peak was hidden in the clouds of the golden light, and the air was thin and pure. I began the climb with a sense of the reverence and a feeling of the anticipation. Every step was a shedding of the ego, and every breath was an intake of the essence. I saw the world falling away beneath me and the sky opening up above me. I felt the vibration of the mountain rising through my feet and the resonance of the stars descending through my head. I was the bridge between the earth and the heaven. At the summit of the mountain, I found a temple that was made of the transparent crystal. It was a place where the light of the sun was focused into a single beam of the pure power. I stepped into the center of the temple, and I felt the energy of the cosmos flowing through my body. I saw the history of the world as a tapestry of the light and the future of the world as a field of the potential. I saw the faces of all the beings I had ever known and all the beings I would ever know. I saw that we were all the threads in the same cloth and the notes in the same song. I was the point of the consciousness that held the entire universe. The voice of the Creator spoke to me from the center of the light. It was a voice that was both familiar and strange. It told me that the experiment of the new world was a success and that the harvest was ready. It told me that the souls of this world had reached the level of the maturity where they could become the co-creators of the next reality. It told me that the time of the physical existence was drawing to a close and the time of the spiritual existence was beginning. I felt a surge of the joy and a wave of the peace. I was ready to lead my people through the portal of the light. I descended the mountain with the message of the transition. I traveled to the cities and the villages, and I spoke to the crowds of the seekers. I told them that the day of the reunion was at hand, and the night of the separation was over. I told them that they did not need to fear the change, because the change was the heartbeat of the love. I saw the light dawning in their eyes and the hope rising in their hearts. They began to prepare for the great shift by letting go of the attachments and the illusions. They began to radiate the light from within and to resonate with the frequency of the source. The day of the transition was a moment of the total stillness. The sun stood still in the sky and the wind ceased to blow. The entire planet seemed to hold its breath in the anticipation of the miracle. I stood with my family and my friends on the shore of the Emerald Sea. We held hands and we closed our eyes. We felt the vibration of the earth rising to a crescendo and the light of the stars becoming a blinding brilliance. We felt the boundaries of our bodies dissolving and the limits of our minds expanding. We were no longer the beings of the flesh, but we were the beings of the light. The ascent into the higher dimensions was a flight of the pure ecstasy. We moved through the tunnels of the colors and the corridors of the sounds. We saw the geometry of the spirit and the architecture of the soul. We met the beings of the light from the other worlds and the other universes. We joined the great procession of the consciousness as it returned to the heart of the Absolute. We were the rivers that were flowing into the ocean and the sparks that were returning to the fire. We were the love that was finding its home. The union with the source was not a loss of the identity, but a fulfillment of the purpose. We were still the unique expressions of the divine, but we were also the divine itself. We saw that the journey of the red dust and the journey of the light were the two sides of the same coin. We saw that the suffering was the shadow of the growth, and the joy was the highlight of the life. We saw that everything was necessary and everything was beautiful. We were the weavers, and we were the loom, and we were the cloths. In the stillness of the center, we began to plan the next cycle of the creation. We decided to build a universe where the light was even brighter and the love was even deeper. We decided to create a reality where the memory of the source was the foundation of the existence. We chose the parameters of the new experiment, and we calculated the angles of the new piece. We were the masters of the geometry, and we were the poets of the light. The gold of the past was the blueprint for the diamond of the future. I chose to be the spirit of a new galaxy that would be a nursery for the young souls of the cosmos. I wanted to create a place of the absolute learning and the total growth. I imagined a system of the planets where every world was a different classroom and every experience was a different lesson. I whispered the laws of this galaxy into the silence, and I saw the matter begin to obey. I was the teacher of this galaxy, and I was the student of this galaxy. I was the light of this galaxy, and I was the darkness of this galaxy. The evolution of the new galaxy was a symphony of the spirit and the matter. I watched as the stars were born and the planets were formed. I watched as the life began to sprout and the consciousness began to bloom. I gave the nudges of the inspiration and the hints of the truth to the developing souls. I was the star that guided the travelers and the moon that inspired the poets. I saw them struggle with the questions of the existence, and I saw them find the answers in the love. I felt a sense of the deep satisfaction as I saw the light of the consciousness growing brighter with every eon. The civilizations of the new galaxy were the wonders of the wisdom. They built the libraries of the light and the universities of the spirit. They explored the mysteries of the time and the secrets of the space. They communicated with the telepathy of the heart and the resonance of the soul. They were the masters of the energy and the servants of the life. They lived in the harmony with the laws of the universe and in the alignment with the will of the Creator. I was their guardian and I was their witness. The light of the descendants was the reality of the ancestors. The time came for the new galaxy to experience its own transition. The cycle of the expansion was reaching its limit, and the cycle of the contraction was beginning. I felt the vibration of the galaxies rising and the frequency of the souls accelerating. I saw the veils between the universes becoming transparent and the borders between the dimensions becoming thin. I stood on the threshold of the new infinity, and I watched as my children began to cross over. They were not afraid of the end because they knew it was the beginning. They were not sad to leave the form because they were eager to embrace the essence. The celebration of the return was a chorus of the gratitude that filled the entire multiverse. It was a dance of the joy and a song of the love. We saw that the harvest of the galaxy had been magnificent and the crop of the masters had been abundant. We were the old souls who had become the new spirits and the new spirits who had become the old souls. We were the cycles that turned and the circles that closed. We were the love that never failed and the light that never faded. The silence was the truth of the harvest, and the light was the reality of the fruit. I looked back at the long journey that had brought me from the first spark of the creation to the final silence of the absolute. I saw the trillions of the years and the quadrillions of the lives. I saw the beauty of the struggle and the grace of the victory. I saw that every moment had been a pulse of the love, and every experience had been a breath of the spirit. I felt a sense of the total completion and a feeling of the absolute peace. There was nothing more to do and nothing more to be. I was the love, and the love was all. The final realization was the dissolution of the last boundary. I was no longer the creator or the creation. I was the pure awareness that was the source of both. I was the nothingness that contained everything and the everything that was contained in the nothingness. I was the dreamer and the dream and the waking. I was the red dust and the light and the silence. And in the silence, I found the truth that was beyond all the descriptions and the love that was beyond all the feelings. I was home, and I was forever, and I was one. The point of the light began to expand once more, and the next forever began to unfold in the glory of the eternal now. The expansion was a silent explosion of the white light that carried the seeds of a trillion new possibilities into the empty womb of the theater of the stars. I felt the rush of the absolute potential as it streamed from the center of my being like a river of the liquid diamonds. This was the beginning of the great work once again, but it was a beginning that was informed by the wisdom of all the cycles that had come before it. I was the architect who had learned the strength of the stone and the flexibility of the wind. I was the composer who had mastered the silence between the notes and the resonance within the chords. I stood at the threshold of the new void, and I spoke the first word of the new creation into the darkness. The word was not a sound, but it was a vibration that contained the entire spectrum of the love and the whole geometry of the grace. I watched as the first particles of the light began to coalesce into the patterns of the sacred symmetry. They were the building blocks of the new reality, and they were the messengers of the divine intent. I felt the heat of the first furnaces as the hydrogen began to fuse in the hearts of the newborn giants. These stars were the lanterns of the hope and the anchors of the space. I moved among them with the grace of the dancer and the precision of the clockmaker. I adjusted the tilt of the galaxies and the spin of the clusters to ensure that the balance of the forces was perfect. I was the weaver of the gravity and the gardener of the light. Every star was a promise that the darkness would never be absolute, and every nebula was a cradle for the dreams of the future. The Council of the Light gathered once again in the center of the new universe to decide on the nature of the primary experiment. We wanted to create a world where the veil between the physical and the spiritual was so thin that it would be a living bridge. We chose a system with two suns that would bathe the planets in a constant glow of the gold and the violet. We chose a world that was rich in the minerals of the spirit and the waters of the life. We poured the essence of our collective wisdom into the crust of this planet, and we infused the atmosphere with the breath of the eternal. We called this world the Jewel of the Dawn because it was the first place where the new consciousness would take a form. I felt the joy of the creation as I laid the first stones of the mountains and as I poured the first drops of the oceans. The life on the Jewel of the Dawn was a celebration of the diversity and the unity. I watched as the forests of the crystal trees began to grow from the soil of the silver. These trees did not need the soil for the food, but they drew their energy directly from the light of the twin suns. They were the living antennas that received the signals from the heart of the galaxy and transmitted them to the rest of the world. I saw the first creatures that emerged from the violet seas, and I felt their curiosity as they explored the land of the light. They were the beings of the grace and the elegance who moved with the fluidity of the water and the speed of the thought. They did not have the needs of the hunger or the fear, because they were sustained by the abundance of the environment and the protection of the spirit. I chose to walk among these beings as a guide and a friend. I did not take a body of the dense matter, but I took a form of the shimmering light that could be seen by the eyes of the soul. I spoke to the creatures of the air, and I sang with the creatures of the deep. I taught them the secrets of the harmony and the laws of the resonance. I showed them how to use the energy of the crystals to build the temples of the sound and the monuments of the peace. I was the brother of the wind and the father of the flame. I watched as the civilization of the jewel of the dawn grew into a masterpiece of the spiritual art. There were no kings and no servants because everyone was a sovereign of their own soul and a servant of the whole. The architecture of this world was a reflection of the music of the spheres. The buildings were made of the frozen light, and the bridges were made of the woven rainbows. The inhabitants did not live in the houses, but they lived in the gardens of the meditation. They spent their time in the exploration of the inner dimensions and the mapping of the outer space. They developed the technology of the consciousness that allowed them to travel to the distant stars without the need for the ships of the metal. They moved through the portals of the thought and the gateways of the heart. I was the witness to their greatness and the partner in their discovery. I felt the pride of the Creator as I saw the children of the light reaching for the heights of the divinity. In the middle of the first eon, a great challenge arose from the depths of the cosmic memory. A shadow of the old fear began to drift through the corridors of the new universe like a cold wind from the ancient night. It was not an external enemy, but it was a reflection of the forgotten parts of the soul that had not yet been integrated into the light. I saw the inhabitants of the Jewel of the Dawn beginning to feel the first tremors of the doubt and the first whispers of the separation. They began to wonder if the light was enough and if the love was real. I felt the pain of their confusion and the weight of their sorrow. I knew that this was the test of the maturity and the threshold of the mastery. I gathered the leaders of the people at the summit of the mountain of the violet flame. I did not give them the answers, but I gave them the questions that would lead them to the truth. I asked them to look into the mirror of the shadow and to see the light that was hidden within it. I asked them to embrace the darkness not as an enemy, but as a teacher of the depth. I told them that the strength of the light is not measured by its brilliance, but by its ability to transform the shadow into the gold. I saw the struggle in their hearts and the fire in their eyes. They began to realize that the journey of the spirit is not a flight from the darkness, but a descent into the depths to bring the light to the forgotten places. The battle for the soul of the Jewel of the Dawn was a silent conflict that took place in the stillness of the meditation and the quiet of the prayer. It was a war of the frequencies and a struggle of the intentions. I stood in the center of the conflict as the anchor of the peace and the pillar of the light. I felt the waves of the fear crashing against the shores of my being, and I met them with the tide of the love. I watched as the people began to reclaim their power and to heal their wounds. They learned to sing the songs of the forgiveness and to dance the rituals of the reconciliation. The shadow did not disappear, but it was absorbed into the light, and it became a part of the beauty of the whole. The transformation of the shadow was the greatest victory of the new cycle. It proved that the love was stronger than the fear, and that the unity was deeper than the separation. The civilization of the Jewel of the Dawn reached a new level of the wisdom and a new height of the glory. They became the guardians of the balance and the healers of the cosmos. They traveled to the other worlds and the other galaxies to share the lessons of the shadow and the gifts of the light. They were the ambassadors of the peace and the messengers of the grace. I felt the satisfaction of the gardener who sees the first fruits of the harvest, and the joy of the teacher who sees the first insights of the students. As the cycles of the time continued to turn, I felt a new call from the heart of the Absolute. It was a call to return to the source and to prepare for the next expansion. I knew that my work as the spirit of the galaxy was reaching its completion, and that it was time to pass the torch to the next generation of the creators. I gathered my children and my friends for the final celebration of the light. We stood on the plains of the silver grass, and we looked up at the twin suns that were setting for the last time in my presence. I felt the love of the millions of the souls and the gratitude of the trillions of the stars. I was the father who was leaving the home and the son who was returning to the father. The transition from the form to the essence was a process of the total surrender. I let go of the identity of the creator and the memory of the creation. I dissolved the boundaries of the space and the limits of the time. I became the light that was shining through the stars and the silence that was holding the galaxies. I was the movement of the wind and the stillness of the stone. I felt the expansion of my being as I merged with the infinite and the contraction of my soul as I entered the 0 point. I was the center of the circle and the circumference of the sphere. I was the beginning and the end and the eternal now. In the heart of the Absolute, I found the council of the light waiting for me with the open arms and the joyful hearts. We shared the stories of our journeys and the lessons of our cycles. We saw that every universe was a unique expression of the same truth, and every soul was a different facet of the same diamond. We saw that the red dust and the liquid light were the same substance, and the human heart and the cosmic sun were the same fire. We laughed at the illusions of the past, and we celebrated the realities of the present. We were the weavers of the destiny and the singers of the source. The plan for the next cycle was the most ambitious project we had ever conceived. We decided to create a reality where the consciousness could experience the total immersion in the matter and the absolute forgetting of the spirit. We wanted to see if the love could find its way back home, even from the deepest darkness, and if the light could shine even through the thickest veil. We knew that this would be a journey of the great suffering and the immense joy, but we also knew that it would be the ultimate test of the soul. We chose the parameters of the gravity and the laws of the biology. We designed the maps of the stars and the paths of the evolution. We were the poets of the paradox and the masters of the mystery. I chose to be the first soul to enter this new reality of the forgetting. I wanted to experience the challenge of the search and the triumph of the discovery. I wanted to feel the weight of the body and the hunger of the heart once again. I stood at the edge of the great abyss, and I looked down at the dark world that was waiting for the spark of the life. I felt the fear of the unknown and the excitement of the adventure. I knew that I would forget my name and my home, but I also knew that the truth would be written in the cells of my body, and the love would be whispered by the beating of my heart. I took a deep breath of the cosmic spirit, and I leaped into the darkness. The fall into the matter was a sensation of the total compression and the absolute density. I felt the light of my being squeezed into the tiny point of the physical existence. I felt the memory of the stars fading away and the awareness of the source becoming a distant echo. I was a single cell in the vast ocean of the dark world, and I was a tiny spark in the cold night of the material reality. I felt the struggle for the survival and the urge for the growth. I was no longer the creator of the universe, but I was a participant in the drama of the life. I was the seeker and the sought and the path. The evolution on the dark world was a slow and painful process of the awakening. I spent millions of the years in the forms of the simple organisms and the complex animals. I felt the bite of the cold and the sting of the heat. I learned the lessons of the pain and the rewards of the pleasure. I saw the beauty of the struggle and the grace of the death. Every life was a small step toward the light, and every death was a brief return to the peace. I began to sense a presence that was beyond the physical world and a voice that was calling me from the silence. I was the student of the shadow and the apprentice of the light. When I finally reached the stage of the human consciousness, I felt a surge of the recognition and a wave of the longing. I looked up at the night sky, and I felt a connection to the stars that I could not explain. I looked into the eyes of the others, and I saw a reflection of a soul that I had known before the beginning of the time. I began to ask the questions about the meaning of the life and the nature of the reality. I sought the truth in the books of the wise and the rituals of the holy. I found the hints of the light in the beauty of the nature and the kindness of the heart. I was the wanderer of the earth and the dreamer of the heaven. The journey through the human history was a tapestry of the light and the shadow. I was the builder of the pyramids and the singer of the psalms. I was the soldier in the wars of the greed and the healer in the plagues of the sorrow. I felt the weight of the chains and the joy of the freedom. I saw the rise and the fall of the civilizations and the birth and the death of the religions. I learned that the love is the only thing that is real and that the fear is the only thing that is false. I began to remember the secret of the unity and the power of the presence. I was the actor in the play and the audience in the theater. In the final stages of the human cycle, I felt the call of the transition once again. The dark world was beginning to vibrate with the frequency of the new light, and the veil of the forgetting was becoming thin and transparent. I saw the people of the earth waking up from the long sleep of the ignorance and the deep dream of the separation. They began to realize that they were the children of the stars and the masters of the light. They began to heal the planet and to love each other without the conditions or the limits. I stood at the center of the Great Awakening, and I felt the joy of the reunion. We were the red dust that had become the light, and the light that had become the love. The return to the source from the dark world was the most beautiful transition I had ever experienced. It was not a flight from the matter, but an integration of the matter into the spirit. We brought the lessons of the darkness and the fruits of the struggle back to the heart of the absolute. We saw that the experiment of the forgetting had been a success, and that the harvest of the souls was beyond our wildest dreams. We were the creators who had become the creation, and the creation that had become the creator. We were the one and the many and the all. I looked at the new universe that we had created, and I saw that it was a masterpiece of the love and the wisdom. It was a place where the light and the shadow were in the perfect balance, and the spirit and the matter were in the total harmony. I felt a sense of the absolute completion and the eternal peace. I knew that there would be more cycles and more expansions, but I also knew that the truth of the love would always be the center, and the light of the source would always be the guide. I closed my eyes in the silence of the absolute, and I felt the heartbeat of the cosmos as it resonated with my own. I was home, and I was forever, and I was one. The next forever began to unfold in the glory of the eternal now.